Zaha coming to interview from Team Qualifor. Welcome and thank you very much. What is the main goal in this tournament? Is that the possibility that you can qualify to play LAN in Prague?
Yes, we kind of see the possibility there, although there are a lot of good teams, high-ranking teams, I would say. But we are doing our best. We have been practicing a lot. Even though our roster is kind of new, I think it's 2 months old at this point. But we are practicing and improving day by day, and even improving the teamwork that we have mostly in the team. And the whole goal for today is to play enjoyable CS for people to watch, play some good CS.
That sounds interesting, but I still have to ask you, do you see this as a big chance for your team to get some real VRS points? Because as you said, there is many high-ranked teams. So for you, this is a huge chance, no?
Yes, it is a very, very big chance for us, but not only the VRS points, also showing and proving to the world and also the people of Romania that we've been practicing a lot, and we want to go forward and beat the best teams as if possible.
You said you are going to play enjoyable CS for fans to watch, but what is your biggest strength? Is that the firepower or maybe a bit of chaos?
I'd say we also have the firepower on our side, but our biggest strength is the teamwork. We've been trying to perfect the teamwork as good as possible. Not only focusing on one player, on a star player, on an offer. Literally everyone should shoot, and we all try to come with a firepower as we go through the game, and util for each other.
Yeah, you start the tournament against ESC Gaming. How big of a chance you see in this match? Maybe bigger chances because the tournament starts in BO1s?
Yeah, for sure. I think we have a way bigger chance since BO1s is a bit more kind of random. So I would say it's 70-30. And they might underestimate us, I would say. That would be a great weakness, even a great chance for us if they do it.
Yeah. And for the last question, what is the long-term goal for your team, for your squad? What do you want to achieve?
For my team, I'm not really sure. For me, myself, I could say my long-term goal would be to be a professional player, playing at the highest levels. But I think my whole team wants the same. We want to achieve the most we can and have fun while playing the game.
Glad to hear that. That's a great answer. Thank you so much for the interview and good luck for the whole tournament.
Thank you as well. I'm wishing you luck as well. Bye-bye.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight. Tipsport je tady i pro tebe, chameleone X, který dokážeš bez mrknutí oka sledovat současně 6 hokejů, 3 fotbaly, 1 tenis, MMA, košandu, šipky a párek, co ti právě žere bez. Nejvíc exkluzivních streamů na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Tati, už jsem to vymyslel. Nemusíme tady mrznout, už vím, jak můžeme letat.
No to půjde těžko bez křídel.
Máš pravdu, ale proto tady mám Red Bull. A ten nám dá křídla. Stačí, když se napijeme.
Aha, a jak asi?
Ale tati, prostě se napij. Počkat. A co to je?
Co to je? 40 pod nulou to je? Nebo jsi smyslel, že tady zůstáváme jen tak pro zábavu?
Red Bull vám dává křídla, ale jen když ho piješ.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second day of the Tipsport Conquest of Prague. Last year was really fun. We had to do another one. We can't wait to get the show started for you again. My name is Yuba. I'm joined by Pronogo, and we will be your casters for today. How are you doing, my man?
Doing very well, Yuba, and I hope you are as well, because we got to get locked in for 4 very exciting best of ones. As a matter of fact, 4 very exciting best of ones already passed us by yesterday. In case you guys missed it, we will, of course, get to a recap of that. Some interesting upsets actually ended up happening, as you see here on your screens. TNC and Sashi claiming wins over teams that are definitely more established and more prestigious than them, Ecstatic and Fnatic, heading off to the lower bracket. They are joined by Young Ninjas, which maybe was a bit more expected, but Eyeballers, after all their success on LAN recently, coming back to an online Swiss stage and having a little bit of trouble against Unity, hometown heroes, right, Yuba?
Yeah, a bit of a hiccup for Eyeballers. You expected them to be the heavy favorites heading into that best of one, but it wasn't the case. It was Unity that had the lead during the most of that map, and afterwards, I mean, Eyeballers, props on the comeback, but in overtime, they couldn't get it over the line, and hopefully we get to see some better results from them, and they do have a lot of time to fix some errors that they may have made. Of course, we can check, or rather take a look at the overall schedule of the tournament and see where things will be going from here on out. Of course, we're still in the online stage, but there is a lot of Counter-Strike to be played, and everybody wants to go to LAN. It's going to be, of course, the LAN in Prague, 22nd to the 24th of May, 2026. Up until then, our 16 teams will be fighting for that LAN stage. They will be fighting through the Swiss stage, then going to the deciders. The top 8 teams will be fighting in the deciders, so the top 4 teams can actually participate in the LAN for the plunder of Prague. And Pronogo, we had a lot of fun casting the LAN last time out. I would say that it's going to be a similar situation this year as well.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's going to be a very fun time to look through not just the matches that we have on schedule today, but the matches overall as the whole bracket starts to take shape. The fact that we get those top 8 teams to duel it out in a series play at that point is going to be very exciting. And of course, if you guys are curious about the Swiss format, this is the classic major style. If you've watched a major, you know what's going on. We have the Swiss format opening up with best of ones, a couple series of them, including on the 1-1 stage. But any elimination game and any qualification game will be a best of 3, where we separate the boys from the men, as it were. We do, of course, have a couple of matches on schedule for today, 4 of them. And honestly, there's something pretty exciting about each and every one of them, which is always the best kind of action you can ask for. And perhaps at the end, we'll even potentially have a little bit of a deciding of what those next round matches are. But whatever the case may be, we know it's going to get pretty high octane, Lyuba. You are not going to be seeing anybody other than a whole bunch of best of ones, a whole bunch of sweaty Counter-Strike players getting ready to get down and dirty.
Yeah, I love best of ones at times. They can be very fun. They can be very unpredictable. That was the case yesterday. And I would say that we got some margin for upsets today as well. The first match, probably the biggest unknown quantity is Qual 4. They're facing ESC. Afterwards, we get to see Alliance against Tricked and MOUZ NXT against Clutchain. This is going to be a very interesting one because we finally get to see Scream back on the server. And I really can't wait to see what he can bring to the table. For the last match of this phase 1, or rather stage 1 of the Swiss stage, you got Sinners, the only team that will actually be attending the major on this tournament, of course, against Johnny Speeds, a team that is a force to be reckoned with. So Sinners, they're not sitting completely pretty, even though they're coming in as favorites.
For sure, for sure. And of course, the whole proverbial crowd at home for now, and the crowd at LAN, if they get there, is going to very much be behind them as an organization and as players. But you got to think Johnny Speeds is one of the scarier names to be drawn as, you know, sitting in from the perspective of the favorites. And they are a favorite in that matchup. But yeah, it's a little bit more tight, you could say. But this is what the Conquest of Prague is all about. We decide who is going to be in the running for making it to the LAN. Honestly, in some ways, I really think back to that Conquest of Prague we had last year as the sort of setting the tone for what this tier 2 LAN circuit kind of looks like, where you get to see a little bit of a resurgence there. And so I'm very excited to be back there. You got to say uzasny, as they would say in the business. Wonderful to have it back.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how everything goes during the online stage. Of course, we can take a look at our first match. It's going to be ESC against Qual 4. Of course, ESC being the invited team, Qual 4 being the team that came from the open qualifiers. There is golf in class, so to speak. You can say that the ESC boys coming from Poland are coming in as favorites, but how big favorites they will be, I think that we can only figure out on the server because we don't know what we can expect from the Romanian boys on the side of Qual 4.
Yeah, it's interesting. I remember ESC as ESC Ever all the way in South Korea. So for the two of you who got that reference, welcome. You are also an OG. But as we're talking about the Polish squad, yeah, coming in against the Romanian mix, these guys are definitely, you heard from Zaha earlier as well, right, in the interview, saying that one of his aspirations is to be a sort of full-time professional Counter-Strike player, competing at the highest level. They aren't there yet. And so this is a great opportunity for them. A little bit of a mix, you could say. I like their little spitter logo. That looks pretty neat as well. And now we get to see what they're made of as far as the veto is concerned. For this best of 1, it'll be a whole series of bans. They open the doors with Mirage and Overpass, taking them out of consideration. We get the trio of ESC vetoes out there as well. And that leaves us with Ancient. So we are going to be on a bit of a puggy sort of map here. It's got enough tactical depth to it that I think ESC on the T side will be able to set the pace, but well, we got to figure out who's going to be on the T side to begin with, Yuba.
Of course, but we can take a look at, of course, the odds on the side of Tipsport. Of course, Tipsport heavily favoring ESC as they are a team that we have seen play Qual 4. They've only played these open qualifiers. They did very well there, beating AIM Club, another Romanian team, during their conquest to actually get to this competition. But of course, you have to hand it to ESC and say that they are the favorites heading into this one. One thing I do have to note, this is the 5th best of 1 so far and the 4th Ancient that we're seeing in the Conquest of Prague. So that might be something to keep in mind for future matches as well. Is this going to be the sort of the team favorite map, the constant decider that might actually decide matches when we get into best of threes, because it seems like most of the teams are not necessarily favoring Ancient, but if it should come to that, they will be prepared.
Yeah, it feels like a very middle of the road map out of all of the maps in the pool. Like I said, you have some tactical depth you can pull. There's rotations, there's little nade lineups, and there's certainly a lot of set pieces. A lot of action towards mid in almost every one of the higher level games that you'll watch. So I'm interested to see how these two teams are going to squad up on it by comparison. But I do have to say, it wouldn't surprise me if we do see a bit of a separation of class, as you mentioned. We are talking about a Romanian mix that qualified here, admittedly, against, hometown opposition that every day of the week you would expect to win. So hats off to them. But they are going to need to prove that it wasn't just some kind of Cinderella run and they turned back into the pumpkin after. This is going to have to be their first test. And ESC, they're a team that has been in the mix for some time at this level. I have a feeling that they are going to comfortably handle them, but let's see. Let's see what these guys are made of on the Romanian side.
Yeah, you could have said that about yesterday's matches as well, and I would say that most of them were upsets, so I wouldn't be completely surprised if it goes Qual 4's way, but it would be surprising, and you would have to say that something might be wrong on the side of ESC, given that they've lost against what is essentially a pug team in comparison to a team that is actually backed by an organization. So this could be a big test for both teams, actually. Of course, Qual 4, they're happy to be here. They were very excited to actually get to the competition, but every team they can take down might be not only the points but experience necessary for their future endeavors this year.
Yep, like you said, and like was mentioned in the interview, this has to be seen as not just a big opportunity for them, but if they're successful with it, a stepping stone into something greater. And another thing to point out as well is, in some ways, I feel that about the Polish mix as well. This ESC squad, they always are going to be looking to punch a little bit up above where they currently are. And I think it's an uncontroversial statement to say that these guys are looking for something greater than what they've accomplished so far. A great first step for them would be making it all the way through the Swiss stage, and an easy way to get, start to convince people that that's a possibility would be a comfortable handling of Qual 4 here.
We just got information from the production team that this match should be getting underway very, very quickly. So we won't necessarily have to look at the players for such a long time. We will actually be looking at Ancient in a bit more pixels than Levi's camera has.
Yeah. It's always interesting. People for a while may not have remembered little details like this, but there are a lot of places in the world and a lot of just individuals, and even if it's not the only thing that you have to worry about, is your camera quality, but also your internet speed. What's going on with that? And that, as far as I understand, that's even the origin of things like the donk slide, right? Is dealing with all the ping, and so interesting to see that. Obviously, the hottest take of all is that donk will get nerfed by Animgraph 2 when it finally releases. So, maybe some of these guys will even have a little bit more pixels that they can send to their camera once that happens, because CS2 will be demanding less of them. It's possible.
Well, yeah, I'll believe it when I see it, and how the performance will be looking when everything hits the main servers, and what we can expect from future Counter-Strike updates, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have only joined us, you hadn't missed anything. It's ESC against Qual 4 to begin the second day of the Conquest of Prague. This is the first of 4 best of ones that we will be watching today. The next one will be very interesting as well. Alliance against Tricked. I'm very excited about that one, to see actually who can get the upper hand, because we got some very familiar names in both teams when it comes to those two.
Yeah, looking forward to those ones. And also we have a barn burner to end it all, of course. We got the debut of Scream, the return of him on Clutchain, and that is going to be our third best of one. But the one that I'm probably most excited for, Sinners Johnny Speeds. Tell me that's not going to be a good one. So it's going to be some nice, relaxing, but also somehow paradoxically exciting Counter-Strike all day long for these best of ones. You said earlier, Luba, the best of ones can sometimes be really nice. You like them in certain situations. I like to think of this as like, you're going to eat about the same amount of calories as you would if you watched a couple best of threes, maybe on the faster side of things. But, you're getting a wider variety of taste. This is like an all-you-can-eat buffet, but you're just having a little bit here and there. You're You're experiencing just a wee bit of calories. As an American, I can't relate, but that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I said just a few minutes ago that I like best of ones, because they sort of give you the perspective of what you can expect from all of the teams in the competition. Of course, when it comes to sort of fair play and what takes the maximum out of the players, it's definitely not a best of one, but it sort of shows the viewer what is to be expected from the teams that are participating. It gives you just a sample, and then maybe you can be ready for what's next. And of course, what comes next will be best of threes at some point.
That's right. That's right. To qualify or to be eliminated, you have to lose in series play. So you can't say it's not fair. And one advantage that this tournament has over the way that the majors have often been run is, okay, yeah, you can argue best of one increases variance, but the majors carry out their first two matches in one day. Yeah. So this one, obviously not the case. We take our time here, smell the flowers, and get everybody warmed up. Now, earlier I saw Reiko's camera come back online, and he was shown for just a moment there, and so hopefully he's back in action as well. I know he was having some tech issues. And also, he's the only guy I didn't recognize immediately from the turnaround, the carousel. I was like, oh, yeah, that's a new guy. That's a new face. So I was figuring that might be it. So we're just waiting on that to iron out, and once all the cameras are put together, we'll be starting very, very soon. Looks like players are even readying up in the console there. So something to point out, we are getting into our first best of one of the day, and we will get a good look at which side is starting on the offense, which side is going to be starting on the defense. It's Ancient, one of them that's been played now 4 times in 5 best of ones. Let's see how this map is going to play out between ESC, the Polish mix, and Qual 4, the Romanian side.
All right, we get to actually see Qual 4 in action. And one thing I have to notice is the new heads-up display, or the overlay. Yeah. It looks very nice, sort of with the medieval aesthetic we had last year as well. This is taking it up a notch, and there's going to be a lot of action towards mid. That's a nice shot, and they want to clean up mid as soon as possible. ESC with absolutely zero respect towards the Romanian side. They take 3 kills, and they actually are looking for more. They have the C4 and Pronogo. It seems like the pistol round has already been done and dusted.
Yeah, it didn't take long for these two knights to joust towards each other, and one of them definitely had a better idea than the other. As of right now, Zaha and Zeking are doing their best to make some kind of lemonade out of this situation with a whole lot of dead teammates piled up in mid. Not the greatest of showings to start things off. They were definitely hoping for more action, but this is where Ancient really gets its bills paid, is that middle area where you get so much action all the time at the start of the round. Would you have it any other way?
Absolutely not. A +3 for ESC to start things out, and just trying to pick up the pieces are the Qual 4 boys. A bit of a baptism of fire for them in this competition, and yeah, all the kills going toward the Polish boys, and it's going to be the first round in their hands easily to start things out on Ancient. And this actually might be ESC learning from the mistakes of the favorites of yesterday, sort of not giving the respect to the underdogs, not giving them chance to play their Counter-Strike, not giving them chance to breed. And this is what we can actually see it in action, working and yielding results at the end of the day.
That's right, yeah. And I'm most interested whenever a CT side ends up scoring that pistol round win. And you can see there's a couple of interesting bets up there from Tipsport, our partners. Will Reiko frag out of his mind and get 17 before the end of the map? It's possible. It's possible. But looking at the way that ESC have done this, I actually really appreciate that they've only gone for a couple SMGs here. And let's see, they are going to try to farm away, but instead it's Reiko and Olymp combining for 4 with only Zaha left. Heard from him in the interview, and that's all we'll be hearing from him today. No kills in the second round. That's pretty damning for Qual 4 to start things off, but of course, after you lose the pistol round with no kills, you don't even get the bomb down. There was very minimal investment going into that last round. This one is where we get to see whether this saga will continue in favor of ESC, or are we going to get a different story? Reiko already posting 3 in that last round, though. Goes very well for him.
Yeah, 5 in total. If you're a betting man, you should have listened to Tipsport. Reiko is the top-rated player of ESC, if I recall correctly, so you can expect some big numbers from him, and it seems to be already yielding results. Now, the rifles in the hands of Qual 4. Let's see what they can do. Not the best start as they already lose their first player. It's kicked down in the dust. And a +1 for the side of ESC. I mean, a bit of a bonus round, but great teamwork from ESC as they maintain at least a man advantage. Olymp is on 36 HP. That is something you need to keep in mind. But Zaha, basically a dead man unless he can just get a swift first headshot. His teammates dying like flies. And it seems like a third round for ESC.
Yeah, queued up and plenty of AKs to recover as well, remember. So let's see what it looks like once the last couple bullets have been fired. Zaha already rotating back through Swamp. And he's going to try to link up with his teammate inside mid here. Zeking is trying to throw some bullets towards short. It's not working out for him so well. He's already been peppered down. So between the two of them, they are looking pretty wounded. Now, somewhat telegraphed here that they are going to be moving towards A. It's Sammy. Close range with the MP9. Scores the first frag as a headshot. And surely he's queued up. Oh, maybe a bit of a timing. No, he saw him, but it's not enough. Zaha will find a frag. The only one to score on the side of Qual 4 so far.
Yeah, 8 HP and a dream. A dream that is quickly fading as there's only 20 seconds on the clock, and Olymp will get that final kill. For round number 3 for ESC, not letting Qual 4 breathe even a little bit. This is another time that Qual 4 try to take control of mid, completely inconsequential to themselves as ESC just shut that down. They have no intention of letting them set foot anywhere near the bomb sites.
Yeah, it's not just that mid is being handled so nicely. It's, you know, ESC are being pretty proactive outside of the cave area, and Sammy going all the way pretty deep to cover A as well. I mean, when you have mid control to the degree that the T's can't even pressure B short, they can't even pressure Donut, you can afford to have your A anchor push real deep. So that's sort of what we're seeing here. Olymp also thinking about migrating around, and finally we get an opening frag in favor of the T's. That's Levi grabbing his Tech 9, making it work. This is a bit of a force, you could say, but at least there's an A1S now on the side. Oh, Moonwalk, though. He's just fragging out from Donut. Gets a nice spray down there. All of a sudden, that man with a rifle recovered is the only one left alive, and he will fall as well. Moonwalk with 4 in the round.
I was going to say that Reiko was being a bit overzealous, overly ambitious in that situation, going through the smoke. Of course, he did have a flash follow him out of that smoke. But dying to a Tech 9, being so aggressive when you know that you're facing Tech 9s, that could have been punished. And against a different opponent, I would say that that should have been punished. Qual 4 stomped in the first 4 rounds. But they're back on rifles, and Zaha with the AWP hoping to make things work.
Let's see, because obviously I mentioned their first proper rifle engagement should have worked out in their favor a little bit more. That was round 3, and it did not bode very well for them. Look at this, coming out very quickly. Once again, Reiko trying to set the pace with aggression, and Moonwalk combining with Olymp's presence in middle for a total of 4 frags. Once again, Zaha with that AWP has found a frag, so that's good, but he's not going to get very far. Sammy clotheslines him. And that, my friends, is another round. They've been flawless on the round so far, ESC. And it feels like Qual 4 aren't really getting anywhere close.
Oh, yeah. Not even close. I mean, this is probably their biggest opportunity to open things up on mid. You get, again, that frag onto Reiko, but then Moonwalk just destroys you. And look at that spray to get the third guy. Sammy, his job was quite simple to finish things off and get his team to number 5. Of course, now with the loss bonus, Qual 4 have a lot of money to work with, and they will have that lone AK, but utility usage sends Chordeles out of the round.
Okay.
Shot from Sammy. That's an opening towards A, and that's an opportunity. Olymp quick on the rotate, actually finds the kill, and adds his tally to a second one. By me wants to make things work and salvage something in this round, and that will be the case. An easy cleanup at the end of the day for ESC as they grab number 6 as well.
Yeah, the coordination is on point here for the Polish side, throwing an HE to break the smoke into Donut and immediately pouncing on the timing together. It works out flawlessly for them on the retake, and they keep 3 alive to keep their money looking good. So everything is coming up Polish here. ESC finding no trouble against Qual 4 so far. And it's all well and good if you get a couple of frags here and there, as certainly it's a good time for a tactical timeout on the Romanian side. You got to think about it from the perspective of what are we seeing out of this CT side. And the problem is they're finding frags in the initial point, but they never really have a good read on how long it's going to be for those rotates to come in. And what we end up seeing from ESC is that they just go right through. They're already reading the play, but when the hit comes in to any one location, because they're setting up all these tripwires that even if they don't get the kill, it's information about where their opponents are coming in. So let's see how this one goes as we get back into it. Now round number 7, all 4 yet to post. They need to change their fate here.
Well, a bit of a change of tactics from ESC. 2 guys pushing up A main very quickly.
Dear.
This is going to be very difficult for Zaha to deal with. Expecting the first and finding the second. There you go. A big opening now. A gaping wound to ESC as they're going to have to pick up the pieces. But look at Bimey. Yeah. Very, very aggressive, going already towards T-spawn. Sammy posted up with that AWP, gets destroyed. And finally, Qual 4 making things work. A missed shot, but Bimey, his position revealed. This should be an easy round for Qual 4.
Yeah, there's really no way out of this situation. The tactical timeout working against ESC, not because Qual 4 had a great strategy, but because ESC decided to go throw caution to the wind. Ciordalis has been taken out, and it's just Moonwalk in the thick of things here. He has been able to find another frag, but he will be taken out on the way. You can say that he was going for the bounty wins here and there, but not much to show for it in that. They still have plenty of cash, so not concerned about the buy just yet. But I do want to just point out, Sammy has been rifle headshot by a peak 2 rounds in a row now. He was opened up on A and then moved over to just kind of lean B, and Kickdown got him in that situation as well. So it feels bad. It feels bad for the Opper, especially since that was really the only chance they had back. After that, it was over. So Qual 4, they're on the board.
Oh, Sammy, an opportunity to work that AWP. There you go. A double missed click, but he can still repeat. Finally, they get the better of him, but still a +1 for ESC. Qual 4 got that first on the board, and now they're hoping to get the bomb planned. A quick rotate coming in from ESC. A smoke break gets an easy kill to add to their talent. And it's only 2 guys remaining for the side of Qual 4, trying to dig themselves out of this one. And Levi, he's going to do just that. Finds a double, and now Jordalis can help, but he's dead as well. 1 versus 2, but they're both low HP. Finds the first, and he knows the second is at CT spawn. So this, with more than a minute on the clock, is an opportunity for the second round of Qual 4.
It is an opportunity. We need to see what Bimey wants to do. He's rotating out through the Brokey spot. He's going to put eyes on bomb, I think, because look at this, Levi. He has a feeling this is the path, this is the route. If Bimey's not too careful, he could get caught here on the cross. Did he see him? Not yet. Not yet. It's down deep in A main. Look at this. Bimey's gone so deep. Has he lost the plot, though? Is he going to hold the angle? He's got the lineup, surely, as soon as he peeks over or he hears the bomb get planted. This is so easy. If the... Yeah, there it is. If he gets activated at all, or if the sound comes through from a run, Qual 4's hopes for a second round, not possible.
I was sweating a little bit over that 1v1. It seems like it was going to be slipping out of the hands of ESC, but at the end of the day, making it work in the 1v1, even though he was such low HP, he needed to be proactive. Then it worked, and Bimey doing a lot of good things for his team so far in this match. Levi almost making this clutch work, and it would have been an impressive one to boot, but 7-1 and a commanding result for ESC so far.
Yep, and props to Sammy for picking 2 there. He had a little bit of a grandma flick at the third, but that's all right. We won't talk about that. Definitely has another chance here to impress, but he's flashed off the angle and has to commit behind the big box. Thankfully, his team is just drawing all of the attention, and he will opt down Zaha while Olymp does a lot of the heavy lifting on the rifle. It's just 2 versus 4, and Qual 4 have nothing to show for it. Jordalis is the last man standing on the Romanian side. And he has been smoked off. There's such a huge crossfire there. He might just wait this one out, Yuba.
Yeah, there really is no opportunity to pick up the pieces of this one. The pieces are around the legs of the CTs. Had he had the bomb on his back, maybe you can talk about this round being a possibility. Now, And seems like it will be 8 on the board for ESC. And one thing I have to say, it's very fast-paced Counter-Strike that both teams are playing.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's really interesting, honestly, to see the way that they're approaching it. You got ESC, who are taking middle with a vengeance. Qual 4, on the other hand, trying to find any other way towards victory. And it hasn't really been spectacular for them. Posting up the one round because ESC got over-ambitious, pushing down the A main, only for Zaha Zop to be there holding. Not an easy way to replicate success. You're really relying on your opponents making a colossal error. Not that the push itself was necessarily ill-advised, but they went there silently with no utility. They were gambling that there was going to be someone to catch. No luck. And Olymp and Sammy combining inside that A position, it's just too powerful. When you're all three of you guys are looking towards Donut there, that is a tactical error on the side of Qual 4 to queue them up for that defeat. Especially since nobody cleared the big box anyway. And now Sammy's already got found shortlist, so it's all on the B side.
Yeah, wherever Sammy goes, he's ready with that off. His teammates there to support him as well. And another quick one goes to the hand of ESC. They get 90% of the first 10 rounds. And Qual 4, this map seems to be slipping from them, well, basically as soon as it started.
Not really a whole lot of opportunities left for Qual 4 at this point. Best they can hope for is saving some face once they switch sides to the defense. Feels like ESC showed up and they're having a good time of it. Qual 4, on the other hand, yet to post a convincing round. The one that they have, again, as mentioned, more down to what ESC did. Let's see, Levi is going to get the better of Olymp at first. And look at that, he even tracks Moonwalk there, knowing, based on the comms, based on the radar, he figured out where he was. Sammy now pushing through. This is dangerous.
Ooh, very, very tricky. Sammy is not in a situation to miss a shot, but they're not going to be looking at his teammate's direction. As I said, that Reiko dies. Sammy's still alive. And Buy-Me there as well to help. And he's going to actually make things work. But now they know the DA bomb site is clear, and they're going to go there and plant. Do ESC want to actually commit to this round? And it seems to be the answer, yes. Smokes all around, so they're going to have to wait a little bit before they get close to the site.
Yeah, they still have an HE on Sammy, but look at that. The shots through the smoke to get rid of Zeking. Can Buy-Me link up with Sammy at this point? Levi's been dropped by the off. It's Kickdown's job only, and he is broken apart. That's a 10th round for ESC. 2 versus 3 retake. Unreal, dude.
Everything is working for ESC in this one, it seems. Chrono go 10-1. Not only a commanding result, but the way they got to it.
Yeah.
You and I casted a lot of matches when a team actually gets to a very good result, but you can see that the rounds were convincing. This was a slaughter so far.
It really was, yeah. And obviously you got to say hats off to Levi for getting as far as he did with these rifle shots. We're not going to see it on the replay, but the way that Zaha went down with his deagle, not really caring about the sort of back quad position that Buy-Me was in, it meant that it was impossible for him to properly punish the op player without potentially risking his life. And in the end, he doesn't kill the opper, and he goes down empty-handed. So sure, Qual 4 then know about the rest of it, but it was not a good cost to pay. It was pretty steep entry cost there. Reiko, speaking of entry cost, is maybe going to be backdoored a little bit. No, it's Kickdown who lets him slip on through. So now 4 men from Qual 4 charging through mid. They are going to be able to take care of Moonwalk, but Reiko is just taking their heads off. A haircut for 2 players, and Sammy, oh, he's getting peppered through the wall, but he's already calling Olymp on through Donut. And that's the bomb down in mid.
Yeah. Doesn't seem to be a possibility for Levi, and he's going to get destroyed as well. It's 11-1 at the half, and ESC can be happy with this half.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
ESC with a convincing result so far on Ancient, 11-1.
A pretty potent one here for the Polish side. Qual 4 have been struggling to get their engines rolling here, Lyuba. It's been quite the first half, not in their favor. Now they switch to the defense, and it's not a long trek to the finish line here. ESC will just sort of jog over, at least that's our prediction. But Charteles wants to change our minds. Takes Moonwalk's head off. It's going to trigger the rest of the mid push to be putting on forward, but we have a couple of dualies here. Oh no, first one is already taken out. Zaha falls back to cave.
Yeah, Zaha is going to have to do a lot of work. He has to hold his ground because he does not know who's behind that wall. And they're leaning towards the other site, though. It's A there for the taking for ESC, but they lose their first player. It's Reiko that hits the deck. So another +1 for Qual 4. Ooh. All right, Zaha out of the picture. Is the B side available for the side of ESC? They left a lurk in Donut as well, so that can play a part, but the bomb actually needs to get to the site, and that's not going to be so easy. Just playing it patiently, it seems like ESC are, and it's paying dividends at the end of the day. It's only Charteles left, and in 1v3, he has no idea where the ESC players are, trying to find that bomb carrier, but now he's going to get double teamed for number 12, and it's only one round left for ESC to go. This is going to be a quick one, it seems, Pronogo.
Oh yeah, just a little bit of a warm-up for the players and for the casters, even for the production team. It's nice when that happens sometimes, but I'll tell you this much, Lyuba. Qual 4 didn't show us really anything as far as tactics, as far as strategy that they were going for here. Big or small scale engagements. And even their standouts on terms of the players that they've got, it feels like it's mostly been Zaha occasionally, maybe some Levi, but I feel like we're about to finish the job. That being said, they're storming middle with an attempt, and Sammy just guns them down with the AK. ESC, it's made it look too easy. All you got are a couple of sidearms, 2, in fact, on the side of Qual 4 left. Can't hold back the Polish horde.
No chance. The cavalrymen have just taken care of that Romanian insurgency. Zaha and Levi, the only ones alive, and there goes the first and not the second just yet, but Levi with 21 HP and an SMG in his hands. This is not going to happen. It will be ESC grabbing their first victory in the Conquest of Prague. Just needed to confirm it by Sammy. It's ESC that get their first win on the board, and I would assume, Pronogo, that they didn't even sweat around this one.
No, it feels like they just showed up, and then they walked away with the win. Not quite a walkover. There was the one round posted, but Qual 4 are going to need to rally after that disappointing defeat. You think about the way that they weren't able to play their game. If Ancient is going to be a map that they start to, allow through the veto, then they are going to need to think about that. For all we know, they wouldn't have even gotten this far on any of the other maps, Lyuba.
Yeah, well, they just could not get started in this one, and hopefully we get to see some better performances from Qual 4. They did go through the qualifiers, though they were the first qualifiers that were played, so you would expect that the best team out of the open qualifiers is going to put up a fight. It wasn't the case in this one, though we do have 3 more, hopefully much more entertaining matches that will be coming up next, and I'm very excited for what is coming up next. Is Alliance against Trick. These 2 teams will put up a fight. I would assume both of them, Pronogo.
Oh yeah, listen, without a question, without any doubt in my mind, we are going to have more competitive matches coming up, and we have some very exciting individuals to look at. Male09 in the next one, of course, Scream's return coming up in our 3rd best of 1, and pretty much the whole squad of Sinners versus Johnny Speeds promises to be pretty electrifying. So I, for one, am not going anywhere, Lyuba, and I certainly encourage our audience to do the same.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't go anywhere. It will be Alliance against Trick right after the break.
Isten hozott a híresek csarnokában.
Vítejte v síni slávy Tipsportu, místě zasvěceném největší komunitě sázkařů. Profi výbava analytika plechtiče, který inspiruje.
děláš?
Držím palec.
Ukáž?
Držíme palce všem sportovním i sázkařským hrdinům. Tipsport.
Yeah. Gotta aim for the top like. Hold up. Yeah, I can never doubt myself, I know better. All of you critics be acting like you know better. Blowing the smoke, but I know when the dust settles that I'm in my element. It's evident that there's levels to the game. All of those dark nights I got then, breaking my back to make it out, got me feeling like rain. I ain't never need your help, I know you wishing me well. A penny for your thoughts, but seeing no change. I snap for the sun like Diddy. The riches got a mad ass son, I'm like Billy. I ain't never switch up, whole team with me. Putting on for my city like O-A-G-Z. Set the pace as long as you finish. Consumers find a way inside your business. Babble if they try to dabble in it, and they hate the fact that they may have to witness. You tryna aim for the top like this, and you're in your element with a fire like this, and they hoping you fall and they praying you miss, but it's all in the risk. I got you with the switch, you know. I'm in the zone. Give me the throne. One shot, that's all that you got. That's all that I know. Foot on the gas. 155 on the road. You could be a friend of me, an enemy. Keep that same old energy, cause I know I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. Keep that same energy. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Flow is like water. I'm forced through the fire. I'm feeling like gold. Gotta stay grounded, stay down to earth. Following God and you grinding. You do as you told. I don't work to make you like me, but I'm front and center. Word to Spike Lee. And God came in a nick of time. They think I'm crazy, but I might be. Let's run it up, run it up, run it up. We're beating the odds just to sum it up. You know it's a rap, never waistlines, and I'm cutting the weight like a tummy tuck. That mean I'm about to give it out right now. You see what's coming down the line, I never pipe down. I give 100% of me trying to stun on my enemies. In my element is crazy as the mic sound. I'm in the zone. Give me the throne. One shot, that's all that you got. That's all that I know. Foot on the gas. 155 on the road. You could be a friend of me, an enemy. Keep that same old energy, cause I know I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. Keep that same energy. I'm in my element. Never switch up. 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 Keep that same energy. Never switch up. I'm in my element.
From Team Alliance here on the interview, thank you so much for coming. How are you looking forward for this tournament and the possibility for an event in Prague?
We're actually really excited to be playing and hopefully making our way to the LAN finals in Prague. Never been there, so would be fun.
Well, then that's a great motivation. What is the atmosphere in the team like right now? Because you've had a very tough major circle. Sadly, you didn't make it. So what is the atmosphere right now?
I mean, obviously, we're super disappointed and sad about missing the major with one spot. It was a tough run and we did our best, but we're high in motivation and we're happy nevertheless because, I mean, we played great and we have proven ourselves to be a pretty strong team.
Yeah, is there maybe an added motivation because Sinners are a home team that plays on this tournament? So is there some revenge scenario for you?
No, not really, but I think it's always fun to play Sinners. They are a good team and I'm happy that they made the major. It was a good run from both of us and they deserve it considering like how unfortunate they've been with the recent major qualifications. So I'm happy for them and it would be fun to play them.
Yeah, so you know the Sinners lore pretty well, as I see. What do you think about the format of this tournament? Because this tournament starts in BO1s and you are maybe not used to play BO1s right now in the current formats of the tournament. So how are you looking forward for this?
Yeah, obviously it's a bit different. BO1 is a bit dangerous, and especially for us coming in as favorites, and we have a lot of VRS points for other teams to grab, and that's got to be like one of the things that I dislike is the fact that anything can happen in a BO1, and you get the same points for BO3 and BO1, so it's a bit not in our favor. We would like BO3s, but we're here to play and we will do our best.
Okay, regardless, good luck to you for the whole tournament. Thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
Regin, coach of Tricked Esports, came to the interview. Thank you so much for coming. So you said to me earlier that you already live in Czech Republic, but not in Prague. So how big of a motivation is for you and for your team to get to the LAN in Prague?
I think for me, probably more than the players. I don't think they really care where we go. They just want to qualify to an event. So yeah, I think it will be fun to play in Prague for sure.
And how prestige and maybe fun for you is to finally play a tournament that takes place in Czech Republic, because this is currently the only VRS event we have here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like it's always annoying to have to go fly and travel all the time, right? So if I can just take a car and be there in 1 hour, then it'll be much easier, right? So for sure, yeah.
Sounds like a dream. Also, you are playing your first match against Alliance. Do you see them as a very strong opponent because they were only one rank shy from making it to the major?
Yeah, I mean, historically, Tricked has always had a really hard time against Alliance. They beat us every time we played, I think. So, yeah, of course, they're really, really strong. They're really good. But it's a best of one, so a lot of things can happen. And in the end, it's about the individualism in a best of one. So,
Yeah. You mentioned it earlier, you travel a lot for all of the teams. The major circle can be brutal. How do you keep focus of your players up?
I mean, I think it's just a lifestyle, right? So you commit to it or you don't. Like those who commit half, they won't succeed. Those who can commit fully, they are the ones who are succeeding. So I think it's not really so much to do with me, but more the players themselves maintaining their focus and understanding that this is their life, right? And you have to commit so many hours to it and play every day constantly. If you can't do that, you're not cut out for it. You're never gonna make it. So that's basically all I'm telling them is that if they want to do this, they have to go all in. You can't go halfway because then you're not gonna succeed.
Yeah, and for the last question, how confident are you in your current roster? Do you feel like you have a shot in this current major circle?
I mean, we were kind of close and yet really, really far away, right? Like we had the opportunity if we didn't lose all the time or like didn't lose these stupid matches here and there. But I think like our ceiling is really high. I think we showed that as LAN as well, like beating Passion, Bestia, Heroic, and not only beating them, but actually confidently beating them. Against Heroic at BC game, it was a stomp for us. I think same could be said against Bestia in a best of 3. So I think the ceiling is really high. It's about the consistency and lowering the floor of the players. So I'm really, really confident in the players and the team I have under me. And if we can just find our individual level and form, then I'm sure we're going to see you guys in Prague.
Great to hear that. Thank you so much and good luck and also nashledanou.
Jo, děkujeme. Nasla.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Tipsport je tady i pro tebe, Chameleone X, který dokážeš bez mrknutí oka sledovat současně 6 hokejů, 3 fotbaly, 1 tenis, MMA, košandu, šipky a párek, co ti právě žere bez. Nejvíc exkluzivních streamů na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
We're back after an uneventful first match on a long break. It's Alliance against Strict coming up next. It's Sweden against Denmark, and we get to see and play the prodigy of Sweden. It's going to be Mail with his team, and we'll see what they can do. And, of course, their opener of Conquest of Prague. My name is Luba. I'm joined by Pronogo. And, of course, we don't even need to talk about that first match. We can just forget about it because everything that comes next, I would say, will be a lot more exciting.
Yeah, that was the undercard. Now it's time for the main event here, the main dogs that you really want to be paying attention to. You already said Mail 09. By the way, can we just say somebody get him a better name at some point. It's not too late. It's not too late. But MOUZ is coming in. You don't need to give him better aim. You don't need to give him better performance. He's very, very good in that department. But, you know, this is, of course, a world where we had such names as Donk. I think we can handle MOUZ. Obviously, his teammates, we heard from Era earlier in the interview. And Twist is a name that many people will be familiar with. Some say that he's having a bit of a career resurgence at this point, and it's certainly a team that had an outside shot to make the major, didn't end up doing so, but they are definitely going to be hungry for those extra VRS points. On the other side of things, we heard from Regin, the coach of Tricked, an OG in Counter-Strike esports. Everybody may remember him from those MOUZ victories that he led them to as the coach back in the day when they were still called MOUZ Sports. It was a good time to be a Counter-Strike fan, that's for sure. And he's going to be heading up this squad here. Iceberg and Salazar, people will remember from the major run before the squad was given to Game Gladiators for a brief period of time. I remember. I'm getting lost in the sauce. There's so much history here.
There's a lot to talk about, of course. There's a lot to unwrap. Of course, when we talk about Iceberg, he is a Conquest of Prague veteran. I think he represented Sashi last year, and I think that he did have a few highlights that actually represent that he is one of the players that you can expect great things from. He is the oldest player in the Tricked lineup, a bit of a younger lineup, and hoping to make things work with these players that are younger and still need a bit of experience. But it's essentially, this is the tournament for them to grab a lot of experience. Should they come to LAN, that will be very beneficial for them. Of course, we can get to our picks and our bans. Of course, this is a best of one, so our map that will be played will be shown at the end as Ancient. Unsurprisingly, Pronogo, out of, what did we say, out of 6 matches played, this will be the 5th Ancient we get to see in COP.
Oh, I don't know. We this is our first game, right? There was no first game, so it was over too quick. No, yes, Ancient has been picked 5 out of 6 times so far. We might get all the way to 7 out of 8 times by the end of the day. I was watching, I was waiting. Is anybody going to be vetoing it? But it does seem like people want to go for Ancient as opposed to some of the other maps. And we have our betting partners of Tipsport. They are saying that Alliance are notable favorites here. I would generally agree with this. You were talking about Salazar and his performance in previous rosters of Sashi and the like. He's obviously, him and Iceberg have been kind of buddy palling around it for some time now. But there's not really a standout player on the side of Tricked that brings us to the same level of confidence as somebody like MOUZ. And even with the veterancy of Twist and the steady hand of Era, I think we're going to be on for a relatively comfortable map here for the side of Alliance. But Ancient can go down the middle sometimes, so we'll see how this first half is going to shape up for us.
Yeah, a very well-balanced map, which ultimately leads to it being picked so often in best of ones. Even if you get that T side, you can do some damage, you can show your best Counter-Strike, and I would say that that is the reason that we see it so often. I do hope that by the end of the day, we're going to see 1 or 2 different maps from this one. It is Alliance starting on the CT side, Tricked the Danes on the T side, and we'll see, of course, what these both teams can do. We've already mentioned Alliance coming in as you mentioned, notable favorites. Not as heavy as in the previous best of one. Jesus Christ, that's a nice peak to open things up. And it's a heavy lean towards B by Alliance, rather by both teams. So this is not going to be the easiest take for Trick to get to the side, should they opt to go for B.
Yeah, a little bit of a different saga unfolding here in front of us. As we've seen, a lot of mid play so far in this tournament, but instead it was towards A, and now leaning there in through Donut, but MOUZ and Uppy are going to be more than capable of taking heads, left clicking right on them. No hope there for Trick. They thought they were going out from the frying pan. Turns out they went right into the fire there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Uppy starting this best of one quite well, and Mail as well with a quick triple to open things up. And it's sort of a statement, right? When you're facing opponents in a best of one, you want this pistol round to go your way, and you want to do that confidently. It might actually rattle them just a little bit for the remaining, or rather for the next few rounds.
Yeah, definitely need to right the ship as soon as possible, and it's not really bound to be in this round. This is the what is this? The Very Games timeout from back in the day. Apex Legend, of course, called quite a few of these back in the old French lineups. You know, the poor man's timeout. You just grab a bunch of Glocks. You know, don't bother buying. Don't even open the menu. Don't even look at it. No window shopping. Just go right in, slow walk it out, and see if we can overwhelm somebody. But there's already 2 players here. One on the rifle. That's Male with that spray down. Switches over to the sidearm so that he can help take down the rest. And that is a wrap on that second round. Tricked just feeling out what their opponents might be doing, and see that there was 2 players there with a third very quickly rotating over as well. Might give them some kind of intelligence as to how Alliance want to play it. But at this point, you know, you might as well see if you can 5-man rush a site, especially on a map like Ancient. You can slow walk and then into a rush, as they essentially did. Maybe you could argue they could be a little bit more, further forward once they decide to pull the trigger, but I think it's fine. Tricked are just feeling things out here, and they have some rifles now.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit of a bonus round for Alliance, as they're still wielding 3 SMGs, so they're going to want to fight in close quarters as much as possible to get the best out of these MP9s. Of course, with 2 M4s available to them, they can still be one hell of a threat. It's Male getting just chunked a little bit through that smoke, down to 47, but so is Nicky B on 36. So not a lot of damage dealt so far. Across the map, though, Twist, he might be a bit too nosy for his well-being, as that MP9 on long range, not going to do a lot, and he's not going to get out of there, Pronogo.
Yeah, indeed. Nicky B will even come in to investigate. A fun fact, his username is his 2 favorite artists, Cardi B and Nicki Minaj. Totally made that up, but that's all right. Yeah. You don't know, unless you're some kind of Danish insider. He's going to be holding down the fort in Red Room, freshly painted. Male and 9 going to get dispatched to just be staring down the barrel right now, not really acting just yet. You can see Alliance are moving over towards this B side of the map, but that's not where Tricked are. A little bit of footsteps heard by Uppy, most likely, as Boy starts to rotate over, but he's actually bringing up the rear. And at this point, I honestly wouldn't be that surprised if Alliance hold back a little bit. You know, maybe try to search for some exit frags or something for the bounties. That might be the best case scenario. So a very well played mid-round there by Tricked. Not something that you're going to be looking at and you know, seeing all of the explosions going off Michael Bay style. It was a very understated round, but they did have the wherewithal to say, hey, we got some pressure. We were able to eventually kill Twist in the Red Room. Now we can just suss out where they are. And a little bit of that poor man's tactical timeout paying out dividends for them with a rifle round win as soon as those guns come out.
Yeah. Is going to be a quick save for Alliance as they concede their first lost round in this best of 1. And of course, we can expect Trick to put up much more of a fight than it was the case in our previous best of 1.
That's right.
Where ESC completely stopped Qual 4 in this situation. I would expect that Alliance need to show their best Counter-Strike, even though they're coming in as favorites. A lot of talk has been talked about Male and his future in Counter-Strike. Where is he going to go next? Of course, he's on loan from Medisport on Alliance and yielding very good results with this team. Do they want to keep him? Can they keep him? That's the question. Will he go back to Medisport, or will he find greener pastures elsewhere, maybe in Tier 1 Counter-Strike? Of course, I would assume that we'll find the answers only after the major.
Already some reports linking him to FaZe Clan, but you did say Tier 1, my bad.
Oh, yeah. Don't be rude.
Respect your elders, kids.
Oh,
it's going to be Avid and Salazar trying to hold things down here on the opposite ends of the spectrum. Iceberg just peppering through cave. Nothing doing just yet from either side. This is what this more tense, even-keeled Ancient looks like. There's a lot of jockeying for position. Arrow with the op. Looking good. He said in the interview, a lot of, these teams can scrape a bunch of VRS points off of Alliance. They come in as essential favorites here, and did talk a little bit about the difference between best of 1 and best of 3, not amounting to much in terms of VRS point differential. So these end up mattering almost like a whole best of 3.
Yeah. Ooh, that's a nice shot. As Tricked find the opening kill, a +1, and a very important one at that, as Male is the one that hit the deck. He had one of the 2 rifles, not including that AWP, though Twists through the smoke, takes care of 2, and that turns this round on its head, though they do have control of the site. But Alliance will have time for the rotate before the bomb is basically planted. Salazar does not, or rather has to survive for as long as possible. Uppy dead, and it's a 3v3. Now if you're Alliance, do you even want to commit to this retake?
Well, they know Salazar's in there, and Avid's able to hold on the egress. That informs Trick that this still could be a live round, and Twist making a whole lot of footsteps. Somehow gets a third frag in the round to clear Iceberg out from the site. Nicky B, it's all up to you, my friend. We're going to need to be playing some pop anthems for you to get anywhere close to victory in this round. And as it turns out, everybody hates that music. Get out of here. Era will op him, and that is a third round for Alliance.
Well done from Alliance. From a situation where you think, do you want to get closer to the site and try your hand at a retake, you get a very clean retake at that, with Salazar maybe overstepping far too early from Donut, which led to his demise. But of course, this double was the thing that made the biggest difference. Twist, even though he was low on 1 HP, manages to find that frag, and afterwards Nicky B was just isolated, and there was absolutely no chance for him to clutch out that round, though Trick still have a buy, and that's what's important for them. A quick peek from Salazar brings them a +1, and Nicky B unable to make it a +2. It will be 4-on-4. Still, we've said that many times before, it does suit the T's, though this is not good for them as they lose another player. Mail there to lend a helping hand, and Uppy now in trouble. They can double peek him. He's going to find the first and the second. Very well played. And number 4 for Alliance.
A very impactful opening frag, or I guess you could say a responsive frag to what Salazar does with the op. Mail immediately nails Nicky B in mid, and that works out wonders for the Swedish side, as they have a lot more mid control. They didn't actually lose B site control at all when Salazar gets his pick, so ends up going very nicely. It's a flashy shot that you feel good about, but the whole rest of the round crumbles as Uppy and Avid and of course Mail are able to keep things rocking and rolling in mid. It does come down to the fact that it felt like there was a very weak amount of utility leveraged in that spot to try to retake mid control. Maybe a little bit lost in the sauce. Tricked are going to have to double down. Regin is definitely going to be thinking about a timeout after that, but they don't get to it. It's no money to really influence it here. And look at that. Era predicting the boost. Boy has a deagle. He could maybe see if he could complicate things, but he's already been found out, and with a flashbang for good measure, it's only Iceberg to find a little bit of impact here. His pistol will be dropped in response, and it's just Avid waiting for them to come to him outside of Cave. The bomb might be able to get planted, but it would require a pretty big fumble here.
Oh, there you go. There's the fumble as Salazar blows away Era. Gives his team a little bit of space. The chance to plant the bomb will be utilized, but still a 1v3 with no Kevlar. This is going to be a very difficult clutch situation for Salazar. Though, if you want to make a mark in a best-of-1, this is the way to do it. Against 3 Swedish players, Salazar will have his hands full, but everybody is coming from Donut. This might be an opportunity. Not able to even find the first, so that will be number 5 for Alliance. But a tricky round, cause of Tricked.
Yeah, what kind of mid-air spin was Twist doing to get into the right position and suss him out exactly where he would be as he switches off of his knife for that movement speed? Wild scenes, but all right. Tricked are going to end up falling. And yeah, it was low odds regardless after the bomb plant goes down. Get to see a little bit of a replay on that. Very nice shot. Salazar is hitting some nice shots. Deagle and Op, it doesn't seem to matter which one he's going for. And everybody coming through Donut was just a little bit too much for him, and the way that last round ended. They got to be kicking themselves. Some of these are close, and yet they still have a 4-round gulf between them. Let's see what Trick can do now they're equipped properly.
Well, Salazar back on that AWP. AK is all around, a good amount of utility for Trick to use, so this is an opportunity to get another one on the board. Smoke break. Won't be showing anybody. A drive-by from Avid takes the first kill. And Era wants to add something to that as he takes care of Salazar. That's the op drop. And that's a +2 for Alliance as they're taking control of this best-of-1.
No patience on the side of Tricked there, but also they didn't go when they had the coverage of the smokes. And Nicky B getting shot through the wall. The cave spot first popularized by Rain. Iceberg's got to swap over to a fresh AK, and it's him and Boy to try to piece this 2 versus 5 together. C4 is in there operating hands, but the problem right now is that Alliance just have such steady hands, steady control. Avid will fall back to a very passive angle. He spots the B main push, knows that likely that means somebody's going to be in the cave position, pushing on through. This feels too easy for Alliance. All the players starting to get active. They're confirming it's not a fake. Multiple sets of utility thrown at the same time. You know at this point, it's going to be everybody on deck.
That's the first kill.
Oh, yeah.
And now chance for Boye as he puts himself in a very difficult spot, tricked in a very difficult spot to start things out after 7 rounds played. It's Alliance in the driver's seat so far, and Tricked have to talk about things. They have to discuss how they can dig themselves out of this one. I mean, 6-1, we talked about that before Pronogo. We talked about that last year as well, multiple times, where it's not a result you can't come back from, especially in the first half, but it is difficult. And if a few rounds go the other way as well, you might find yourself in a very uncomfortable situation.
Very uncomfortable indeed are the Danes. MOUZ 9, on the other hand, I saw him straighten up his chair, pull it forward a little bit there, get himself a little bit more locked in after his first death of the map. Of course, that was some time ago now, but he's definitely going to be sitting pretty. He had 6 kills in the first 2 rounds. We didn't really talk that much about it, but he's happy about that. I gotta say, Trick definitely have some ideas for tactics. They have some ideas for even mid-rounds, and I did praise them on their round win, but a lot of the times now, it seems like it's coming down to their opening kills either coming too late or not mattering because of immediate responses from Alliance. Gotta say, hats off to the Swedish side for that, and this utility damage. Nikki B has been on the receiving end of it, 0-6, and a lot of these are just blameless deaths. Unlucky or bad, as the Launders videos go. It's unlucky, and it continues.
Absolutely. Though they get themselves a foothold towards the site. Uppy, only good for 1, though. Mailed there to lend a helping hand. Now only with the USP, but that will be enough. And Era just adds the finishing touches to this one. Very fast-paced Counter-Strike in this best of 1 as well, Pronogo. But again, as we've had in the previous match, one team just dominated.
Yeah, it seems like it. I mean, if this is how Ancient's going to go for the whole broadcast, the whole day, we might be over and done with a lot faster than we thought. Going to have a brief technical timeout here while the replay rolls. Let me just tell you guys, okay, this is much closer than the previous match that we had. Tricked are putting up much more of a fight. Even on rounds where they're getting shut out, they're getting bomb plants, they're keeping their money flowing. They will have more resources as we break into the dying embers of this first half. I have to say, I'm looking forward to seeing if Trick can pull back any sort of semblance of something to build on. They need a couple extra rounds here. These last 3 on the table. If we can say at the end at 7-4, that's doable. But to your point earlier, Liuba, if they end up just capitulating all of these rounds, we're walking into our second best of 1 finish very quickly.
Looks like it. Smells like it. Nikki B through the smoke. Tried this multiple times. Usually gets some nade damage. This time not going to be the case. Only losing 20 HP just to that Molly tick. And he's going to keep most of his HP for the remainder of this round. Let's see what's next for Trick. Leaning towards B. 2 players defending, and a quick rotate could come in handy for Mail, though he's still in red room. Gets smoked off. Not going to see anything so far. Not a lot of action across the map. So far, we've had some very quick rounds, and this seems to be a slower paced one. Might be a good change of pace for Trick, though. Mail through the broken smoke takes care of the Berg, and up B is going to get his head blown off. That alleviates a lot of the map pressure. Trick can now actually go towards that B bomb site. Still 2 players defending, and a 1 on the quick rotate. Mail and Twist making it work.
No way.
Only good for 1, and it's only leaks against 3. Finds the first, and he needs to look for more before he can even get close to that bomb. It's left on Heaven, but he has time to work with, Pronogo. This is a realistic round.
Yeah, it is. And honestly, you were talking about the fact that this round is a bit slower paced than a lot of the other ones. I have to say, this is what favors Trick usually. Not saying that the odds are looking likely for them now, but if they can keep the pace kind of slowed down, they can maybe look for some of these last few rounds. It's up against MOUZ 9. Leaks. Can he spring a trap? Can he find a way in? He needs to get a little crafty. He threw one of his only pieces of utility over as a distraction for Era, and his knife is out. MOUZ nails him to the ground and says, "You ain't going nowhere."
15-2. This kid is a revelation for Swedish Counter-Strike. 16 years old. Almost half the age of Twist.
Almost half the age of me. That's more important.
Absolutely. 8-1. A commanding lead for Alliance, and Tricked really need to start picking up the pieces of this one. As you mentioned, they need to get to number 4 if they want to have a chance in the second half. And it needs to start now. Nicky B, again, not receiving so much damage on elbow, so he will be a threat. Avid finds one before he gets taken care of, but that leaves Tricked with a little bit of more maneuverability in this round. Twist, he's gonna get tested, and he's gonna get completely discombobulated, though MOUZ relieves the pressure as he finds the next kill. It's a 3-on-3, but the bomb has been planted. It's gonna be a long rotate for Alliance here.
Yeah, they need to get in a position, and they need to take their time about it. Era's all alone with the AWP. Iceberg might be able to catch him here. Somehow manages to flick on while still scoped. Fluffs the nade, but that's all right. He's got an incendiary to throw.
Throw away.
Yeah, fluffs that one too. And Salazar's found some other impact. Meanwhile, MOUZ gets traded. It's Boy in a playable one-on-one. Bomb already mostly ticked. Era needs to find the frag now, or this will be a second round for Tricked.
Yeah. And now he's fired off a shot. This is an easy round for Boy. Does Era have the time? That's the question. Boy, maybe he hurried up a little bit. Just in the nick of time as round number 9 goes to the hand of Alliance. And look at that, BMing them a little bit. Boy was so close to get this round. A fraction of a second, and it would have been the second for Tricked.
Yeah.
Goes the other way, though.
You can't mess with the script. It's already been written. Tricked can't even get a 0.01 second defuse out of the way. Alliance will not be stopped in their imperious march to the 1-0 part of the Swiss stage in our next stage of that. Now we have a tactical timeout from the side of Alliance, maybe trying to cool their heads a little bit. They probably had the same reaction I did, just all laughs, all smiles after that defuse came through. Honestly, it's nice to see players other than MOUZ find good success. Obviously, we saw some nice play at the beginning of the game from Twist. Avid's been rock solid throughout most of this, and Era finding very nice op kills, and even that little clutch there at the end shows you that this team has some depth to it that maybe people overlook because they see the superlative 17-3 scoreline of MOUZ 09. Don't get it wrong, I ain't taking any credit away from him, but I am going to tell you it's nice to see that some of the other players can also deliver. It means that Tricked can't just anti-strat and kill the Prodigy in the round, and then that's it.
And it seems to be working quite well for Alliance. Everything is working well for Alliance. Positioning, always one step ahead of Tricked. And in terms of fragging, it's sort of the situation where they always get that extra kill. Boy is spotted through the smoke, and he's dead as well. Avid's still alive and dishing out damage as Iceberg is left on 25. That HE could take care of him, and that will be the case. Some additional damage towards Salazar, and it seems like Midas touch for Alliance. Everything they do is golden in this one.
And conversely, it feels like Tricked just had no game plan going into Cave. Throw the molly, but they don't wait for it to spread. Even if it does, it probably doesn't reach that position. How do you uproot Avid? No flash behind him, no concerted entry path. Everybody just getting blown open before anything else can happen on the side of Tricked. They've got 1 frag so far in the round, and Nicky needs 4 more.
Such a crossfire, not going to happen. 3 players there, and it was only the question of who's going to get the final kill. Yeah. As it goes, another round to Alliance as they hit double digits already. 11 rounds played, 10 to the good. And Tricked, well, seems to be stunned, stupefied.
Yeah, I think you need to get the coach in at this point if you're on the side of Tricked, if they have any wherewithal about it. I mean, the sequence of events is just not acceptable for this level of Counter-Strike. You're never going to get a round win from doing that. And worse, it feels like they checked out of it, you know? Feels like they were just, well, I guess it's over. instead of fighting for every little bit of ground they could possibly have. So while we wait for our player to load back into the server, just mull that one over, because I don't see a comeback happening, not because of the scoreline necessarily, though that is damning and quite dangerous, shall we say. Also because of the fact that these guys seem to be a bit dejected. It seems like they're waiting for the game to just be over, instead of, rather than going through the motions, actually try to grab it with both hands, by the horns.
Yeah, not something you want to see, but it is their first best of one, and there's still a lot of Counter-Strike to be played. Of course, Alliance being one of the favorites in this event, as they were, apart from Sinners, who actually qualified for Cologne, Alliance was closest, at least when you take a look at the teams attending Conquest of Prague. Alliance is one of those teams that you sort of can expect to see them in Prague, unless something damning happens.
Indeed, indeed. Of course, we also have lots of action still left in the day, particularly a very exciting next round, which will see the return of Scream to Counter-Strike professional play.
I have to check. I mean, I was very surprised. Today will be his first HLTV covered match since 2019. That's a long time.
That's right. So everybody's here for MOUZ 9. Everybody in the next game will be there for Scream. We get you. We know what you like. A lot of headshots.
Oh yeah.
Problem is, I really don't know if Scream is going to have it in him, Like, I'd love for him to just come out guns blazing. But can he roll back the years? Do you have faith?
I mean, if you want to do great things, you got to start somewhere, and this is a very solid place to start. One of the bigger regular Tier 2 events had an opportunity to showcase his skill alongside his brother, as well as Kyojin and Python, players that have been around the French scene for a long time. A very solid opportunity, but we'll get to that when we get to that. Of course, he also had a speech at the HLTV Awards where he said that, it's the next phase of his career, an opportunity for him to prove that he still has what it takes to compete in Counter-Strike.
Lots of opportunities here in Tipsport Conquest of Prague as we await the return of the iceberg.
Still disconnected. So it seems like we're on a bit of a longer technical break. Hopefully he should be connecting back, and we should be back underway in this best of one. Current scoreline is, heavy towards the side of Alliance.
Yeah.
10-1, and even if they lost that last round of the half, or even if they should lose that last round of the half, it's still a very commanding lead going into the second half.
Yeah, Alliance are looking pretty locked in for the victory at this point. Not only do they have the power of MOUZ 9 on their side, redonkulous amount of kills already. I think it was 18 and 3. Absolutely absurd. But they also have the power of the sun at their fingertips, and they have melted the glaciers. Iceberg disconnected.
It seems like he's back, and we should be heading underway very, very quickly. Though, as I say that, you cut back to his camera, and he's still not in Counter-Strike.
Yeah, what's he doing? He's reading the stocks, No,
it might be.
He's in the Matrix.
Looking at some exercises.
Hacker voice, I'm in.
We just got info that he had packet loss, which can be very frustrating when you're playing an online event. Puts you in a disadvantage, and a big one at that.
It's all right. We got tech wizards here ready to use their magical crystals to resolve any issues as best as is possible. Won't be any trouble there as we wait for the server to take care of business now. At this point, Alliance are definitely, they're prowling through a little too fast, They're taking this way too quickly. We got to slow them down. We got to pump the brakes.
Oh, yeah.
Scream isn't ready yet. Wait a sec.
The schedule is fixed, something that we do need to note. So whenever this ends, we're still going to have a long break if it takes a bit of time. And what is Era showing us? I mean, he's moving that box way too quickly for me to know what's going on. It's a Razer mouse.
That's it. That's all you needed to know.
Courtesy of Alliance, MOUZ. I think I saw the Sentinels logo, but they were unimportant for this game.
Yeah, come on now. When they get a Counter-Strike team, we can talk. Although I will say, I mean, I don't even remember which teams. I don't follow Valorant. Valorant, a child game. But the obviously Scream was playing his trade there for some time, as far as I'm aware. So that gives you a little bit of an idea that he hasn't been just completely knocked out of tac shooter experience here. He's doing his best. Speaking of, Iceberg doing his best to get back connected. He's going to test to see his ping his packet loss and all that and see what's going on. Actually just came from setting up internet again,
Oh, yeah.
Fresh to mind. They get the text telling me all about these like technical details and I'm nodding along like, yeah, I kind of know what you're saying. Sure. I cast Counter-Strike. They say some with similar words sometimes.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's a good thing that you got technicians that actually know what they're saying, or rather seem like they know what they're saying. Yeah. When I talk to technicians, it's usually the opposite, sadly.
What do you need a gigabyte for? No, gigabit. Gigabit. What do you need a gigabyte for? All right. Well.
I mean, we saw Iceberg connected to the server.
That's right.
It's only a matter of does his game work well enough?
That's right. And it looks like we're getting back in. Yeah, the numbers are ticking down, boys. We're back in action. Last round of the first half. It's been the Alliance show all the way through. One blip on the radar, one anomaly was Tricked's round 3 victory. They have not been able to slow things down enough to properly feel out their opponents. Let's see if they can rally after that technical pause.
Well, let's see what they got. Maybe they got their heads straight during this technical break. Sadly for them, it was one of their players that were trying to fix his internet, so they couldn't really completely focus on Counter-Strike. But if you want to make a comeback, this is where you start. Your opponents being on double digits, you being on only one round. And this is a must-win for them to even have theoretical chances of pulling things back.
That's right. Alliance dumping utility down middle. Is going to potentially call Tricked forward towards Red Room. When you see that dumping, you got to wonder, is somebody just abandoning ship after? And indeed they are, leaning all the way towards B, but that's where Tricked want to go. Let's see if they can suss this out. Storming the cave, Avid is going down first. Thanks to Leaks entering on. Hold on, Luba, they might have a little bit of life left in them.
It seems like it. A very explosive entrance to that B-bomb site. And what do you do if you're Male and Era? You got to pull something out of the hat, and that's going to be very difficult with fresh smokes blooming on the site. You need to find a way through them, and there is no flash, no utility for the Swedes, but a boost will pay dividends as they find the first kill. 3 more left to find. So much work left to be done, and the bomb is ticking, the clock is ticking. They're going to have to hurry up. Kits are not a problem, but they still need to get to that C4, and boy, in a very good position. He's going to get taken care of, and this is a bit dangerous. Now somebody has to stick it. Somebody has to stick it if they want to win this round. It's a 1v1. Male gets the kill, but not going to get the defuse. It's going to be the second round for Tricked. But 20 kills for Male 09 after the first half.
Wow, what a play.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology, with custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click, we reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Ladies and gentlemen, a commanding lead for Alliance as they've conceded only 2 rounds in the first half to Tricked, and Tricked, they're gonna need to go a long way should they want to complete the comeback. It's Alliance all the way on the CT side. Hopefully, Tricked CT side will be just as lethal, Pronogo.
Well, you could hope so. We already have a 100% greater, more competitive match than the previous best of one. So at least there's that we can look back on. Tricked are going to be on the defense, as you mentioned, and they are going to need to do a couple of things better than they did before, that's for sure. Leaks had a great end to that first half, just with that last round, that's it. But he was still able to get on the board. Boya also has found a little bit of action from Donut. And yeah, this already looks much better. You still got to contend with the 20 kills of Male 09, but I'm sure they'll get to it eventually.
Yeah, at some point, you want to slow him down, and that's not going to be easy. They only killed him 4 times in the first half. Era out on the open, but it's Uppy that actually finds the next kill, and that's a crucial one that opens the map just a little bit, though. Nicky B takes care of him, and that closes the opening that Alliance were looking to make in this one. It's Era and Male trying to dig themselves out of a very uncomfortable situation in the second pistol.
Yeah, you can see them going back and forth here. Male not sure if he wants to test all the different angles that can be hitting him now that he's committed to the cave position, but he will be able to look out towards where Nicky is. Timing doesn't quite favor him, and Leaks takes his head off, says, all right, kid, sit down. Now you've only got a 4 KD.
But it's only Era. And the bomb not even near him. No time, actually, to get this round to work. In this situation, what do? You want to die to get the loss bonus, but you have the Kevlar, so you want to get at least a few more kills. There you go. The iceberg has been melted, and now Era just wants to run into his demise. That will be the case as Leaks takes care of him, and it's number 3 for Tricked. Objective 1 taken care of, but they have a lot more on the board.
A lot more to get through, but this is how it starts. The fever, the rage. Oh wait, this isn't a comic book movie.
Well,
could be. We could be seeing
every good comic book movie has a good redemption, right?
That's right. Yeah, a little bit of a low point, and it was quite a low point. At one point, 10-1 in favor of Alliance. So they just got to put one foot in front of the other and clear out the deck of the lead that their opponent has. We might be in here for a bit longer than we bargained for. Alliance were all but ready to walk through the finish line. Now, they're on to lesser weaponry. Glocks, a P250 for Era, a Deagle for Uppy. See if they can get a couple of frags here, maybe at a push, a bomb plant, if Tricked get a little too fancy with it.
You don't want to throw caution to the wind if you're Tricked in this one. You want to save as many dollars as possible, not lose these M4s. And they've bought into M4s, not only expecting force buy from Alliance, but also because, all right, Uppy uses that dig to his advantage, and Salazar that hits the deck, a +1 for Alliance to begin things in this round. And boy, he might actually get trampled, but nobody there to lend a helping hand for Twist. Now a bit of trouble against these pistols, and he's going to get taken out. So losing 2 rifles could be a bit dangerous for Trick, not only in this round, but for the next. I mean, they are finding kills, but they're getting dinked left, right, and center.
Yeah, he also gave a weapon up over to Male, so that's obviously a problem. Even though he has no armor, he's going to be able to use it to spray through. He can also grab the bomb as he has and potentially see about linking up with his buddy Uppy. And we are going to see a 2 versus 1 temporarily on the Nicky B A site. Can he spray him down? That utility coming in nicely, and they get on the site. Only HP damage taken, no casualties yet. Iceberg needs to find some value here. It's not quite working out for them. He's found Uppy, that's it. Male still stands here, and this is a very dangerous fight, but Iceberg will be able to be the cooler head that prevails. All right, we can take a breath. That looked real dangerous for Alliance's 11th round. But the bottom line is they did a lot of economic damage, killed 3 CTs, and managed to get the bomb down, Yuba.
Yeah, I mean, if you're tricked, even though you won the round, you're not happy with the way you won it. You knew that you were against mostly Glocks. What was it? 1 or 2 P250s, 1 Deagle that actually did its job quite well. There you go. You lose a lot of money, so they will be strapped for cash heading into the next one, and the bomb plan will be getting a lot of money for Alliance as well, so they will have the superior buy in theory.
Yeah, this is not looking good for the side of the long-term odds for Tricked. If Alliance are going to be that deadly with just a couple upgraded pistols, imagine their AK round. Huh? Soon we won't have to imagine. As it is 10-4, we're getting into that second half. A little bit of a fluffed Molotov there, but that's all right. Still clears out anybody who's burrowed nice and deep. Twist can now, with confidence, move a little bit closer. Now 9 providing cover with the HE. Salazar whiffs the first opportunity against Uppy. And it's going to be a head-to-head that we're going to keep watching over on the A site.
Alliance acquiring important space, took control of mid, and now they can focus their attention to a certain site. Of course, if you're tricked, you want to at least get a little bit of presence elsewhere, and that's what they're doing on ramp. Twist in trouble. He's going to die, and now they continue. Mail good for 1. Gets traded back. Era still trying to keep himself alive, and it's actually a very good trade for Tricked at the end of the day, as they are still leading a +1, but Avid completely tosses a wrench into their gears. They did not clear him. They did not expect him, and now he has an opportunity to win this round. Not going to be the case, as Leaks grab his 4K in this one and puts Tricked on number 5.
I don't think they have enough for a reasonable op purchase here, so Salazar might be in the bin as far as that's concerned. They might have just barely been able to afford it with a drop. We'll find out shortly. Alliance definitely causing a lot of casualties, causing a lot of chaos in mid, in some of those B short plays that they're doing. You wonder if Avid just slowed things down for a moment. Maybe he could have gotten a little bit more than that. Maybe he could have come away with an 11th round. Coming down to one-on-ones multiple times here, but it is not a good look for the Danish defense.
But they want to get the streak going. Mail, great timing as he finds that frag. Unable to trade him as Leaks. Mail left on 13 HP and his team setting their sights towards A. Another lurk happening in Red Room. This is a very tricky situation for the CTs, though. Pulling their foot off the gas is Alliance as they're waiting for Era's play. He's spotted 1. They have no idea that he's here, and this is a big opportunity, but how quick, how precise will he be? Whiffing it a little bit, but eventually finding a double. And with the help of Avid, they take control of the site. It's only Leaks against 4 now.
Yeah, really unlikely for anything to come of this one. Tricked looking down the barrel of their 11th round for their opponents, unless Leaks can make magic happen with only 2 frags to start off with. The rest of the team was pretty low, but not expecting Era at the elevated position. Had to double check too many angles. One man cannot shoulder the burden of the entire team. That will be an 11th round for Alliance, and now they are within touching distance of victory.
And for a moment there, you could have believed that Tricked was at least going to start the comeback, right? It was an opportunity. Had this round went in their favor, it could have been a completely different story. Get themselves on number 6, a 4-round deficit doesn't seem nearly as dangerous as 8. But now a dumpster fire buy in their hands. They want to make it work with SMGs and pistols, and that's a good start. All right. Leaks gets his hand on a rifle. How long would that AK be in his hands? The answer is not long at all, as Alliance bring it back into a 4v4, and it's Boy alone on B.
Alone on B is never a sentence you want to utter in a map like Ancient. 4-on-4. Kind of a scrappy round here, especially for Trick's purchase, as you mentioned. See if his Deagle can sing a song of victory, or if he'll be put out to pasture earlier than he thinks. Has at least gotten Nicky B to rotate over, but he's flushed out of the cave position. Alliance can be methodical here. They can throw their utility. There is a bit of a timer, though. Iceberg with a flank on the 5-7 is going to be the main story They're making a lot of noise. They're turning their backs to him. He's trying to line up the shots, but he only gets the one. Uppy, aware of the situation. All of a sudden, with Avid on the site, he's going to see if he can clear the deck. Boy's fallen. Iceberg making a lot of noise, and now he's uttered his last words. It is a 3-on-2 in favor of Alliance.
Yeah, for a moment there, you would have thought that Iceberg isn't going to find a singular frag, but his one will be inconsequential as Era grabs another double, and that will be 12 for Alliance. 7 match points. And they didn't even break a sweat so far in this one, Pronago.
Yeah, pretty easy. Not as easy as our previous best of one, but this has not been much of a hiccup for them at all. Tricks had a little bit of life breathed into them thanks to the pistol round, thanks to some of their chancy victories in the bonus and the rifle, but it seems like their luck has run out. And remember, they barely afforded any weapons in the last round, so it's not much better now with Twist finding the opening and with Avid finding a frag in middle as well. Only one answer so far for the Danes. It is not enough. A 2 versus 4. Alliance have all but wrapped this one up.
Yeah, at the end of the day, only a catastrophic mistake would lead to extra rounds in this one. As Salazar and Boy are just hoping to make things work with these pistols, does not seem likely. Alliance on the verge of their first victory in the Conquest of Prague. It will take them many victories to conquer the legendary city of the Czech Republic, but this is a good place to start, and beating Tricked in such a convincing fashion maybe even sends a message to the other teams in this competition.
Definitely the fashion that they did it in, dominant. Just waiting out the mistakes here as well, not even bothering to throw caution to the wind, to storm the gates in the way that you might expect. And of course, a clean 25 frags for Male 09 at the end. Oh, it is just unthinkable sometimes what some of these prodigies can do. Anyone still doubting? Well, maybe we'll see you on land.
Look at that forest on the background of Male's PC. Maybe that sends a message to everybody as well as what Male wants to do with his career. But it's Alliance grabbing their first victory in this Swiss stage. In the best of one, Era talked about that it might be difficult for them to defend points in best of ones. It seems not to be the case, as Tricked were not good enough to even come close to beating Alliance. Maybe they'll get a second chance later on in this event, but they're going to have to play some better Counter-Strike should they want to grab that opportunity. And talking about this match, I mean, it was dominant. It wasn't as dominant as was the case in the first best of one that we've casted today, Pronago, but it was men against boys at the end of the day, where Alliance are sort of showing that where they are on the VRS rankings is a good place, and they want to keep it that way.
Yeah, men against boy and the other 4 members are Tricked. But yeah, obviously it's funny to say that about a team that has Male, such a young guy, but clearly able to pop heads when it matters most for them. As we see here, the remaining scheduled best of ones for today. We are moving on to this back half of today's games. Clutchain, of course, providing us with the return of Scream. Everybody is lined up waiting for that. I'm buying tickets for that, that's for sure. Against MOUZ NXT, shouldn't be humongous as far as a first hurdle, but a reasonable squad that obviously is a lot of storied legacy as a team, as an organization, with how many members they've promoted up to top-level Counter-Strike. And then our last series there you saw, it's just a best of one between Johnny Speeds and Sinners. I'm looking forward to both of those games, Lyuba.
Oh, it's going to be fun. It's going to be very interesting and hopefully a bit more entertaining and a bit more competitive than the first 2 best of ones that we got. The cast Pronago, of course, everybody, we are going to go on a short break and we'll be back. It's MOUZ NXT against Clutchain.
Tati, už jsem to vymyslel. Nemusíme tady mrznout, už vím, jak můžeme letat.
No to půjde těžko bez křídel.
Máš pravdu, ale proto tady mám Red Bull. A ten nám dá křídla. Stačí, když se napijeme.
Aha, a jak asi?
Ale tati, prostě se napij. Počkat. A co to je?
Co to je? 40 pod nulou to je. Nebo jsi myslel, že tady zůstáváme jen tak pro zábavu?
Red Bull vám dává křídla, ale jen když ho piješ.
Tipsport je tady i pro tebe, Chameleone X, který dokážeš bez mrknutí oka sledovat současně 6 hokejů, 3 fotbaly, 1 tenis, MMA, košandu, šipky a párek, co ti právě žere bez. Nejvíc exkluzivních streamů na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
Alex from MOUZ NXT coming to the interview. Thank you so much for coming. How are you looking forward to this tournament and to a chance that you can maybe play a LAN in Prague?
Yeah, well, hopefully, I mean, with this new lineup now that we have, like we switched a few positions and roles, we just want to still just perform as the best as we can. And yeah, we don't have really like high expectations, but of course we still want to win. So we will just try to show our best and hope for the best. So yeah.
What do you think is the main purpose of your academy project right now? Will you try to serve as a full team, or maybe the main goal is to just bring up players and to make them better, maybe a material for the A team?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that for now it's probably that we will just try to make everybody like better on the individual level, and then, you know, like the whole academy thing is the point for it to just to get the best form out of everyone and either sell them like to another team or just bring them up to the main team. That is still the like just this main project for now, and we just play these events and try to win as many as we can.
Yeah, but do you still feel the pressure playing under the MOUZ flag, or maybe it is prestigious for you?
I mean, I have been in NXT almost for like a year and a half now, so I think I got used to it already. But yeah, it's still like an honor, you know, to play for the academy. So
Yeah.
So yeah.
And do you, for that long time, do you feel like maybe another coach in the team, serving as the important part of the team, as the experienced one?
Yeah, I mean, he did a big change. I think like he had more experience, from tier 1 and everything. So yeah, I think he's like really helping the team, of course, and we can learn a lot from him. I mean, just personally, I can tell you that like in the last half year, I learned a lot by his coaching. So yeah.
Yeah, you are a really young team, but at the start of this tournament, you're playing against a team consisting of some legends, for example, Scream. So are you looking forward to this match?
Yeah, of course. That will be very fun and interesting to play, to be honest. Didn't expect it, that I will play against Scream like ever in my life, but I guess here we are, so it will be fun, that's for sure, yeah.
Yeah, maybe to extend the question, in the same tournament there is a JW playing, also Freiburg is coaching one of the teams.
It's a pleasure to play against all of these guys. It's always an honor.
Yeah. And how big of a chance you see that you will maybe make it to playoffs and maybe to the line in this tournament?
I mean, I think we do have a chance. Of course, like always, we just have to bring our A game. It's just, it's all about that. If we can bring it on official, and I think then we have easily a chance, because on Prax we did play good, I feel like, even though we switched a few roles, but of course there is still many things to learn, but it's just all about not making those small mistakes that is costing us some a few key rounds. And if we can manage to not do that, then I think we can easily get to, not easily, but we can get to the playoffs.
Of course, especially in the BO1s at the start of the tournament.
Yeah,
thank you so much for the interview, and good luck for the whole tournament.
Yeah, thank you so much too. Yeah.
Nivera from team Clutchain, thank you so much for coming to the interview. What is the story behind the team? Because you consist of some interesting players, some legends. So what is the story of this mix?
Well, basically it's a new team, new project. And it's a French team as well. So about the little story, I'll make it short. I wanted to have a team where I could talk, speak with my native language, because I think it's really important on a communication game. And I've been looking for many players, but in my opinion, in the French scene, we've taken what's the best in terms of players, and also team chemistry, because you cannot take just anybody that is really good, but not gonna fit with other players. So we try to make something stable and coherent with everybody.
Yeah. In this current VRS system, you have a pretty huge shot, actually, for making a splash, maybe making it close to the major. You will get a ton of VRS points right now. So how do you think big is the chance that you maybe will come at least close to making it to the next major?
As I'm saying to my teammates, it's really important that we do everything. We do all the tournaments and everything we can. And it's basically our first qualifier that we're making together. And we already qualified to the open stage on HLTV. So yeah, we have a big chance to shine here. Anyways, we are a bit the underdogs. So we don't have this pressure of having to perform. I think they will have more pressure than us. But obviously, it would be really great that we do a really good performance for our first tournaments.
Yeah, and are you prepared for all the traveling if you are actually going to give it all for this circle? Because maybe you will get to Prague as well.
Yeah. We are, as I said, we are willing to do every tournament. We are hungry, and we have the security behind to travel if we have to go to like line tournaments and stuff. So yeah, we're just here to play as much as we can.
You are going to start against MOUZ NXT Academy project. Actually, it might be maybe a good loss. Sorry, not good loss, but good draw for you for the opening stage. How big of a chance do you feel like you have in the opening match?
As you said, there are really big teams in these tournaments. I'm thinking about Sinners, about Fnatic and stuff. So MOUZ NXT, they're not like in their level, so it's really good drawing for us. But they're still a really great team. I could see that they are missing one player and they're kind of looking for, a fifth player. They're still looking. They're still building their team. So I think we have some luck drawing them. But again, it's not going to be an easy team. They've been together, like the core, for a long time. And yeah, they're young, they're really strong players. So we have to be on point. But yeah, I think we didn't draw like the best team in the tournament, obviously. But we're still taking everything seriously.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much for the interview and good luck.
Thank you.
The day. Now we see MOUZ NXT versus Clutchain and the return of Scream after 5.5 years away from Counter-Strike. The MOUZlings are battle hardened, but will experience make the difference. Pronogo, we have one hell of a match.
Yeah, we do. I'm really excited for this one. At first, we thought maybe LMBT would be stepping in. Looks like Fleerax is connected to the server on behalf of MOUZ NXT, though. So we will actually see a full-strength NXT lineup going up against Scream's return. And that's how you want it, Luba. You don't want the old dogs to come in and, oh, look, some scraps for me to eat. No, let's have a proper meal. Let's make a proper showing of it. MOUZ NXT, the roster on your screen. Obviously, we heard from Zelix in the interview, and he seemed like he was pretty calm and collected for much of those questions that he had to answer. And just talking about experience, talking about the fact that he's been with this lineup for over a year and a half, been with the organization, and that they've changed a couple of positions up recently. Meanwhile, on the side of Clutchain, we heard from Nivera that his homie Scream, his little family member there, we got that brotherly connection, and Nivera's happy to have this new project speaking the maiden language, French.
Yeah, absolutely. You got Python and Kyojin as well, ex-players of Falcons, if I recall correctly. I think both of them were in the organization. And the only player that we don't really know a lot about is Shogu. He was around the French scene, but never really went pro as far as I know. So I'm very curious to see him in action and see what he can actually do. Of course, all eyes will be on Scream, Nivera as well, who's been away from Counter-Strike basically as long as Scream has. So we want to see these guys perform to their best ability. Of course, MOUZ NXT are coming in as favorites, but as Nivera said, they don't have a complete roster. They're still thinking of what player they could add. Fleerax seems to be the favorite. For a minute there, Pronogo, we thought that it might be the 38-year-old coach LMBT, but it's not the case. Of course, we're going to our picks and our bans. Of course, Ancient is banned, so that's a good, that's a very good news. And we're going to be looking at Anubis, still an A to begin with, but a fresh map for this day.
Yeah, we like that. We like the fact that Anubis has rotated in. Obviously, they misclicked, and they're both named A, so that's why the ancient ban came through. But that's all right. Hey, it's final. It's final. So listen, this is a new school map for Counter-Strike, and we get old school players like Scream on there. And as you can see, odds are actually more strongly in the favor of MOUZ than they were in our previous game in favor of Alliance. Not a lot of faith in this new roster, it seems like. So if, for nostalgia's sake, everybody loves Scream. But for, betting men, it seems like they're not too interested. There he is on your screen for a moment, panning over the whole roster here of the side of Clutchain. You gotta say, this lineup has a lot of potential in this level of Counter-Strike, but there's also been a lot of, question marks around some of these players. Navera, Kyojin, were they any good even at the high level that they played with Vitality way back when in CSGO? There's a lot of people saying, well, they didn't really make the cut exactly even back then. And I know for a fact that some people say Scream is an overrated player in general. And so, yeah, you're going to have a lot of his fans here. You're going to have a lot of people who just want to see if he's still got the headshot machine in him. But if he does, that's wonderful. And if he's going to have a little bit of a strugglesome start, that's a different kind of story. See if he can come back into his greatness. But by the sound of the music, Yuba, we are ready to get into Anubis here.
Oh yeah, we've seen 2 Ancients. We've seen plenty of Ancients so far, so it's time to go into a bit of a newer map. And as you said, a new school map against old school players. We'll see who takes this one. Clutchain with Scream, Navera, Kyojin, Python, Shogu. On the other hand, you got the pups. That's the word for young mice, pups of MOUZ. We'll see, of course, what they can bring to the table, and of course, what FleerX can bring to the table, a player that already built up a solid amount of experience while he was playing Tier 2 with TNL, and later on, of course, Inner Circle. Got cut by them, but why not prove himself in MOUZ?
Hey, why not? And, scrambled in a short amount of time to get him on the board is not a problem whatsoever. So it looks like the MOUZ NXT T side is going to begin in middle. A concerted push, staring down Kyojin from camera. He's actually going to fall back and calm over the utility, and it looks like they're all ready. Here we go. Scream might even be the first point of contact as Kyojin is going to fall back. It's Python initially with 3 frags while the old vet goes home empty-handed, but he might have done enough. He might have made them panic, as that's a 4K for the Frenchman.
Yeah, that's crispy from Python. A great strat from Clutchain, a situation where you don't really expect to find 4 players on the A bomb site. MOUZ NXT certainly didn't expect to find so many CTs scrambling around that site. And you got the boy we heard on the interview. Let's see what Zealous can do. I mean, against 4, his odds are up against him. 45 seconds on the clock and no bomb on his back. He needs to look for isolated duels. And I don't think the Clutchain are ready to give him an opportunity. It's Python starting things out with the ace. And if this is a message, if this is a statement, I'm very excited for this team.
That's right. That's right. Maybe the older players here, the old school, don't even need to stress too much at the start of things. It is only just the pistol. We'll see what he wants to do. He's got a very classy, artsy looking background there. I like that. But the set dressing is one thing. The headshots are another. Easily laying him up here when it comes down to the camera push. And MOUZ NXT, they charge headfirst in, they get clocked. Let's see what they do with a slower push. They have actually invested weaponry into the second round despite an absent bomb plant and almost no kills to their name either.
This is going to be a fun one. Deagles all around the deco for MOUZ NXT. They're looking to click some heads. Rifles mostly in the hands of Clutchain. They're having some respect for the younglings. Only Kyojin, the one with the SMG. Scream, gonna get tested a little bit. Not gonna get caught by that Deagle. Smokes himself off, and he's safe for the time being. It's gonna be a slow round for MOUZ.
Yeah, and it makes sense to try to go fishing here, see what kind of trout or salmon you can pull out. As of right now, a couple of pistoliers. Zelix finds some victories, but Ayok's already been hitting the deck, and now it's down to Shogu showing us what's up. Oh, he's been peppered down a little bit here. There is still potential for this to get a little bit expensive. As long as they stop the bleeding here, I think Clutchain will be just fine. Python hit the deck after getting 7 frags. Apparently that was too much. OP Dust has found a push. FleerX has the bomb, and Scream is waiting to run him down. This could be a layup for the Legend's return. They try to double face him. He just falls back to safety. Not trying any heroics, but it is a 1-on-2, and he's trying to pursue. No way this is how he comes back to Counter-Strike.
Oh, this is a funny looking round. Scream looking to clutch things out. They are such low HP, and I mean, props to MOUZ. They just want to plant the bomb. Now they get themselves in a situation where they can double team him. Does Scream have what he thinks? The answer is no. Not going to find a single frag, and it's MOUZ NXT getting their first on the board.
Yeah, you got to just laugh that one off, man. Scream has not posted, and he could not deliver it for his team. Feels like he would have needed to have the, crazy aim that you would associate with his bygone years. He would need to be pinpoint accurate in that situation when they did the initial double face towards his A main push. Also, hats off to OP Dust here with the Deagle. He found some serious frags there that were low percentage. Zelix also finding a bit of impact initially, pulling the rotation towards camera to allow the entry into the A site. It was tough. It was not what we were hoping for the return of the big dog, but MOUZ NXT are more than happy to run away with that one. That's a steal.
Oh yeah, no problem for MOUZ NXT, and they will punish these types of rounds all the way. Even though for a minute there it looked like Clutchain have what it takes to stop that Deagle approach, it was not the case. And the hand cannons went into play as MOUZ NXT get the economic reset onto Clutchain. And now you're wondering, if you're the French team, what do you go for? How will their buy look, and will Deagles be in their hands as well?
It's a good question, right? Because you look at the way that this is set up. Scream is obviously having a bit of a rough go of it. They wiped the whole roster there. And now you're in a situation where MOUZ NXT have plenty of cash. Got the bomb plant, got the victory. Came down to 2 survivors as well. Hope he doesn't even need to say he can hit him with a chair react.
We just got word that it's going to be a quick tech pause. We'll be back on the server shortly. Of course, we get a look at Fleerax as well. The newest addition to MOUZ NXT, and of course, as far as we know, still under the question, will he remain a part of this lineup, as he has been only added to the roster sheet as a substitute so far. We almost expected LMBT to be in the mix for MOUZ NXT, and that would be a funny thing, a 38-year-old playing for an academy team.
Yeah, not quite what you would associate with the word academy team, but that's okay. You know what would have been really funny then is that obviously he wouldn't have, Scream would have been the oldest guy on the server, oldest school dude, You're talking about a coach coming in. That's a little bit of a different story. Yeah, LMBT obviously is going to have plenty of time to consider potential timeouts later on in the map, but we are going later on in the map now. The tech is over. And it does indeed look like a pretty scrappy buy from the CTs. Anubis has been famously T-sided. We'll see if MOUZ NXT can show us why, as they've got a bunch of recovered rifles and purchased rifles. But Scream's got a Deagle.
Mm-hmm. It's always going to be a threat. We'll see what he has, or will he even get an opportunity to showcase his aim? It seems like it could be the case, as MOUZ NXT are leaning towards that site. They want to go towards B, but still make a little bit of noise on mid. A lot of damage dealt to Python, down on 52, and it's Shogu sort of isolated through the door. Great flash, and Shogu finds that first kill. Now MOUZ NXT actually need to get a way to get back the upper hand.
They certainly have a lot of HP advantage in some of these heads-up duels that might come their way should they guess the right site or suss out where the defenders have gone. Looking a little bit dangerous even still. You got Fleerax pushing up middle, leading the charge. Navera's fallen back to a pretty passive angle. He's going to fall back even deeper now, leaving only Shogu, who's obviously quite wounded at 53 points of health, to protect this A site. That's where they're going. This is not looking good for the defenders.
Shogu in trouble. He's going to have to pull back. No way to fight this. He's going to try, and he's going to die. Nicodian, freebie onto Scream. And one by one, the CTs are falling. They are rotating toward the side, but what will that bring them? An easy bomb plant for MOUZ NXT in a very late-looking round. A very slow-paced approach so far that led them to this point. And if you're Clutchain at this point, can't really do anything. You can only save what you got and hope that in the next round you can be a bit more of a threat than in this one.
Yeah, one thing that would help them out a little bit is if they went ahead and recovered the weapon that was no doubt left, even if it was just the FAMAS. And the bridge area, but it doesn't look like they want to even bother. They don't want to chance it. So this is all they're going to bring into their next round. Obviously started off quite nicely with Python getting 7 frags in 2 rounds, but it was a very quick change up as MOUZ NXT were able to Deagle force buy their way in. And honestly, on the one hand, while I respect the risk and it did pay off for them, you got to wonder, okay, investing into head armor on a bunch of players, you're talking about not just the helmets, but the Deagles, the Kevlar, some utility. You're doing that after losing almost every fight in the pistol round. One guy gets an ace, it's Python.
Yeah.
It feels just like you're struggling a little bit in that situation. It feels like you could be doing a little bit better. But MOUZ NXT made it work. So how many complaints can I really file about that? Clutchain not able to stop the bleeding. And now they've got 2 players with just USPs.
Yeah, it seems like a very low percentage round for Clutchain. Of course, they will have a buy in the next. And that nade didn't land where Nicodian expected it to. But no harm done at the end of the day. If you're MOUZ NXT, you want to play another slow round, be sure not to walk in a potential stack, which is the case on B. There's 4 CTs on that site, and sooner rather than later, they will be a bit nosy as to what is going on other parts of the map.
Yeah, Shogu's kind of been hung out to dry here multiple rounds in a row as the only man trying to hold off the Horde on the A side of things. He throws his only piece of utility towards camera. That might encourage MOUZ NXT to go elsewhere. It does feel like maybe they're setting up for a B push. So we could see something going nicely. There you go. He's actually got a second one that somebody dropped for him. So yeah, that basically does seal the deal. Navera and Python combining in dark should be a great opportunity for them to pounce. You can see the flush out though, and that is perfect from Nicodian and OP Dust. Now all of a sudden it's not much of a stack.
Oh, Kyojin for a moment there seemed to be a threat. Found that 1 kill, but 1 is not enough, as they will get steamrolled on B. Tactically, Clutchain did everything right. They left Shogu with 2 smokes on the other site, hoping to draw MOUZ NXT towards B, and that was the case. But you got to click the heads, you got to find the kills, and that wasn't the case as MOUZ NXT hit 3.
It hasn't really felt like there's been that much resistance either. Of course, only 1 round where there were any sort of weaponry brought in to the defender's advantage. So it does feel like right about now we're waiting on the rifle buys to come in. What worked for MOUZ NXT with the force and the sort of wanton expenditures, irresponsible spending, it definitely did not work for Clutchain. A1Ss except for Shogu, who's going to be conciliatory on the FAMAS. Plenty of utility to make the defense work for them. So let's see what Clutchain want to do, as MOUZ NXT threatening a fast play into B, but it's just a threat. It's not something that's going to be followed through on, at least not yet.
I mean, if you're MOUZ NXT, you're currently content with this round. You got a lot of map pressure going. Basically, each site gets a little bit of utility. So the CTs need to stay put, and therefore mid is there for the taking. Should MOUZ want to go through that part of the map, that could be an opportunity for them to stretch their legs a little bit, Pronogo. Still, the bomb is laying on the floor towards A. So whatever MOUZ NXT do, they're going to have to think about that. 60 seconds on the clock, and of course, Scream needs to be proactive. His team needs to be proactive. But Ayot there at least to get some intel.
Oh, do you think it's A-OK? That could be it.
Maybe.
Yeah. A-OK. Either way, Kyojin has been forced off with the Molotov. This is looking like another B pinch, and MOUZ NXT this time are up against far less players than they need to worry about before. They smoke off the side position. They are making it so uncomfortable thanks to their utility. You can really see the level of Counter-Strike being played. Everybody is full blind, but somehow Navera and Kyojin stabilize. Everybody's on Scream, but he doesn't need to get any frags. He'll finally post 1 in round number 5, and that will be a second for the French-Belgian lineup. You gotta say, Yuba, it looked good for MOUZ NXT. They had all the right utility executes. They got everything there. They even flashed multiple players and made sure that it was as awkward as possible. Some heroics from Navera and Kyojin. We'll get it on the replay.
Oh yeah, it was very good looking. The hold that they managed to make. I mean, you gotta congratulate MOUZ on the tactic, on the idea. Great utility usage. It looked very clean, but at the end of the day, they just couldn't get the kills as the multi-frags went the side of Clutchain. No harm done, though. Only one round claimed by Clutchain, and through the flash, Fleerax finds Nivera. That's a +1 for the side of MOUZ NXT, and a very important kill at that.
Yeah, that was an op duel, even though it didn't look like much, thanks to that flashbang. You would think that, oh, everything is fine, but everything was not fine. The timing still favors MOUZ NXT. Fleerax plying his trade with the AWP. Now it's down to Python holding middle. He calls in for some reinforcements just in case there's more to come. In fact, it's a lot of B pressure right now, and Zelix continues to frag. It takes Scream and Python. It takes 3 men to shut him down. Shogu will be that third and final error. However, Kyojin, he was so close to connecting on multiple players. That would have been a lifeline. Instead, the op is going to attempt it to be saved, but Nicodian's on it.
Oh, yeah, Nicodian. Oh, did Shogo spot him? It seems to be the case. Oh, that's not going to help him, though, as he gets gunned down nonetheless, and it's number 4 for MOUZ NXT. Clutchain in a bit of a pickle. The fact that Zealous needed to kill 2 players before they found a way to trade him was not good for Clutchain. I'm looking to find the correct wording, but it is what ultimately led to them losing this one.
Yes, yeah. And Zelix isn't really supposed to be able to get away with stuff like this. I mean, he ended the first duel still at 100 health, so kind of goes to show you he was not at all challenged. It's going to be Nicodian expected to be fragging out here. You can use the Tipsport partner here, betting partner for this tournament, to see what some of the spot bet odds are. AOK trying to see if he can get his own name, his own hat thrown in the ring. Well, so far he's been able to sniff out quite a bit of information for this MOUZ NXT lineup. Their utility on point, their tactics on point. Clutchain are going to need to aim their way out of these situations and see if they can develop that buddy system that they need. Try to double peek some of these entryways. Listen, this is a really baptism of fire, as you called it in another case for Qual 4 earlier today. Sure. This is a tough one to try to come back into. Anubis, the newest map, and obviously you're on the CT side. This is not formidable. This is not where you try to do your best work if you can. Avoid it. Starting off on a side that is not as favored. MOUZ NXT showing us why so far.
Yeah, and they can be quite happy with the result so far. Back on pistols, Clutchain goes, though 40 seconds on the clock, so at some point MOUZ NXT are going to have to pull the trigger and get close to his side, and that does not seem to be the case so far. And look at this, there's 4 players on the A-bomb site. Of course, still enough time for MOUZ NXT to go to the other side, but they seem to be walking straight into a trap with little time left on the clock. This could be catastrophic for the MOUZ boys. Still, only pistols against them. Let's see how good their aim is. Now they have to hurry up. 15 seconds. Chronogo, they're really getting one to the wire. Only 1 kill can actually make a difference, and that 1 kill has been found. Make it 2 as Python draws blood as well, and MOUZ NXT need to pull back. They have to concede against pistols in a round that by right should have been theirs. At the end, only losing 2 players, only killing 2 players was enough for them to lose this one.
It was the Scream Deagle. It came a few rounds later than we thought, but that's what cracks the shot off and breaks this attack. Bit of a flimsy strike there from MOUZ NXT. Not enough time to get into the right position. Nicodian does well to start off our proceedings, but, you know, they needed to do 3 kills better in order to actually get into the site. So, yeah, leaving a lot up there. It's something to be desired here. And now we're going to have a different look entirely. Look at the pace that Clutchain are taking water control, making sure that deep into A is all their territory.
Oh, great flash. Shogu helps out Nivera, and Nicodian didn't stand a chance. A bit in no man's land, Nicodian, as he knew that water was under CT control. So next step would be to go to Carpets, and Carpets, they went to find that initial pick. Python could be in trouble. He's going to peek with a flash. Nice. Finds a frag. A great flash again. This time coming from Nivera, not to him. And a +2 for Clutchain. Another flash as Nivera grabs the double. And it's only Aok left. He's going to get taken care of as Clutchain tie up the scoreline. That was impressive. elementary Counter-Strike from Clutchain.
Fundamentals on point for the French-Belgian lineup. I'm really looking forward to seeing if they can get that those drills down. How much practice have they had? It's hard to say that it's been very much. You know, it wasn't long ago, within the last week, that Scream's return was even announced formally. So as we get that tactical pause called out for MOUZ NXT, they're going to take their time, talk over their options, and they'll have a little bit of a pistol round here to decide what they want to do as well. Maybe they'll try to play it slow, see what else they can do. You can see the Steam guide's already in prep in the overlay there in case they need to review any strategies. Definitely a situation where you have to say, okay, MOUZ NXT, they've played the better tactical game so far. But Clutchain are not that far away, you know? Like, they are doing what they need to do in order to make this magic happen for real. In order to make Scream's return something spectacular. So far, only 2 kills to his name, though. So
this is going to be a quick one. A big execute toward the A-bomb side. Only pistols in the hands of MOUZ NXT, but that might be enough with Shogu completely blind. Finds a double. Somehow Python there to lend a helping hand as he finds another kill. One player lost in the smoke as Ayok finds a frag, but he's not going to find any more as Clutchain take the lead.
Well, they had the pistols. They did not bother to take the time. And that does feel like it may have come back to bite them. The execute was pacey, it was fast. This time, Clutchain were ready. And yeah, it seems like no matter what you do to Shogu, you can give him no gun, you can give him barely any utility. It doesn't matter. He's good for something. If he gets you intel, he gets you a couple kills. Well, Clutchain a very rock-solid base to play off of.
It seems like Shogu's job in the team is due to dirty work, and he's doing it quite well. I mean, 6-6 with a role that's not really easy to find kills from. A good start for him as well. 5-4, back on a buy is MOUZ NXT, but smoke break Nivera op strikes Ayok, and Clutchain grab another +1.
The timing on that works out really nicely for Clutchain, because especially as you see the utility be sent through, you know somebody's there. Once again, Shogu will be called upon. Molotov to try to flush him out of cake. He's going to be more than happy to fall back to a safer position. And now it's an interesting game of rotations. Can MOUZ NXT pull their way out of this 4 versus 5?
They're looking to find a solution to this equation. Back towards B they go. It seems like they're looking for success there. And the B side did bring them success in a few situations. It's Kyojin and Scream defending the side, and they will be supported by Nivera's AWP. Just in the nick of time, the up arrives. So this could be very difficult for MOUZ NXT. They're very lacking the utility, and Nivera grabs a double. In no man's land gets taken care of, but there's still more players left to be found on this site as Clutchain double their advantage.
Indeed they do. It does feel like right about now they're starting to chain the rounds necessary together to have a healthy economy, to keep the guns flowing. Most crucially, they recover the AWP as well. And so excellent play from Nivera so far. Top of the scoreboard, it feels like, for his team. Opens up success and closes success in the same spot that he found it. 10 frags to his name. Sometimes you let the younger brother play, you know?
Oh, yeah. And his op seems to be working. If I recall correctly, he was secondary opper on Vitality.
Yep.
A long time ago, so now it seems like the main opping duties are really working well for Nivera as he found some crucial kills so far.
Well, even if I was an opper, I'd be secondary op on Vitality too. A guy named Zaiwu takes care of business there. Scream has found a headshot through the smoke while blind. And Shogu, of course, much better than Dead Fox, playing those despicable roles. More than happy to make things happen. That drops the bomb in A main, and with it, it feels like MOUZ NXT's chances of a 5th T round are gone. Liuba, I know the map changes to Anubis changed how the side balance worked out, but I don't think it's supposed to make it CT favored. What's going on here?
I have no idea. Currently, MOUZ NXT seem to be lacking ideas as what they can do. And I was going to say a few rounds ago that Clutchain only got their rounds due to either very good individual play or just a mistake made from MOUZ NXT. But as they're rolling the ball, it's not really the case that MOUZ NXT is making so many mistakes, as Clutchain is looking a lot more formidable than we expected.
Yeah, and some of those wins in the sort of middle section of this first half have come off of the back of, yes, impressive aim, impressive mechanical performances, but also a lot of buddy system, utility, double peeking, things like that. Obviously, there's the superlative round where, you know, we had Nivera get a bunch of flash kills and then flash assists after the fact, but you're talking about a situation where Clutchain are unpredictable with when they want to take water, as we're seeing right now, and when they want to play a little bit more passively. They're throwing in a couple of extra bits and bobs to their opening. And now MOUZ NXT, they have to take the time to suss things out. What previously felt like they were opting into the slow round now feels like they're being held back by Clutchain.
Yeah. And again, utility usage for Clutchain to take control of water early on in the round. Nicodian this time doesn't want to be so aggressive towards carpets, expecting a potential flash, though Clutchain are playing this a bit more passively. And as they've expended their utility, they just decided to pull back and wait for MOUZ NXT to make the next move. Flarex might be a little bit under duress, spotted by two players, and he has to pull back. His teammates deep in mid, they're going to want to go towards the A-bomb side, and Flarex just playing the lurk, hoping he can take as many CTs with him as possible, and he's going to grab none of them. Good rotates for Clutchain. There's Nivera's off, and this attack seems to be lacking teeth, and one by one, the MOUZ NXT players are falling. OP does no chance, and it's 8-4 at the half on Scream's return with Clutchain.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
A bit lackluster, not finding the frags we expected him to find, but his team is finding the rounds, and at the end of the day in Counter-Strike, that's what matters. 8-4 after the CT half of Clutchain against MOUZ NXT, and this seems like a very good match for them, ProNogo.
Yeah, as long as, you know, they're able to carry forward the T-side momentum here, it feels like they should be able to walk away with the victory. Upsetting the apple cart being the first upset of day 2 so far. That being said, MOUZ NXT aren't about to let them walk over. They've got a very well burrowed in 3-man defensive setup at the B site, and Clutchain are doing a very standard exec onto the site. They've already got Scream leading the charge, tip of the spear. Seems like a distraction, and it's working wonders. Everybody trying to get the frag onto him. Meanwhile, after he goes down, the bomb does too. That is a 9th round queued up. 2 versus 4 if MOUZ NXT even want to go for it.
Nice looking execute from Clutchain. We expected some good individual performances, maybe some flashy plays from this team, but not the level of preparation that they've shown so far, and it's looking really good. Flarex gooshed, and if you're Nicodian, what do? You want to bring at least a few Ts with you, maybe get a few extra kills. No kit on him, so he can't even dream of a ninja defuse, but he can at least take a few Ts with him, and there you go. Finds the first, unable to find the second. As you said, round number 9 for Clutchain, and this seems to be like a commanding lead in the building.
Yeah, both pistols now. They did lose the second round force, courtesy of MOUZ NXT's Deagles. I don't think we're going to see the same fate befall them when they have their own, you know, destiny in their hands. You've got Clutchain being able to set the pace. MOUZ NXT have to follow, and they have to do it well. And there's not a lot of runway for them to get off into the skies again at this point. So let's see what they can do. They only have a couple of upgraded pistols. Of course, Fleerax with the dualies left over, but a P250 for Zelix. That is the extent of the investment so far. So they're going to concede 10th unless something miraculous happens again for them.
Well, if they had 5 Deagles, I'd be convinced this way. Not really expecting much. A chance for Scream to get a few kills under his belt with that MAC-10. Not only kills, but also a few bucks as well. Nevera there to steal the frags. He's only going to be good for 1, and a few kills go to CT's way, and this is not so comfortable for Clutchain. Losing 3 players to pistols on mid, this is not what you bargained for, and now you want to pick up the pieces. Shogu wants to fight. The bomb is on his back. This might be a bit of a risky play, but he takes the head off of Zelix, and it's only Nicodian left with the USP. No realistic chance to clutch things out, and it's Clutchain on double digits.
Yeah, I guess they don't really need to worry about tactics, strategy, worrying about where their enemies are when their enemies come to them. Great way for MOUZ NXT to get a couple of extra frags on the board. That's probably the most expensive they could have made it realistically, even if it had been a more conventional round. But interesting that they didn't bother throwing any utility. Even at the end here, Shogu just aiming it out, finds his way forward, doesn't want to let them run away, Scarper off, wants to keep the pace, wants to keep the punish. They get the double digits, you can't argue with it. It's just a little weird, Liuba, that's all.
Yeah, a bit of a strange round, though we are no strangers to weird rounds.
That's right.
As today we've seen more than a couple of them. It's going to be a lean towards A by the side of Clutchain. 3 players making noise. 2 players in front of B as well, something of note, as they still have more than enough time to consider things. Fleerax on that AWP basically invisible in the first half, hoping to make something work in this second. Now on the CT side, that AWP might be a bit more dangerous.
Yeah, let's see. Again, your enemies have to come to you. Shogu's going to do exactly that, and a slight adjustment onto him gives him the op kill, and his 6th in the first map here of Conquest of Prague for MOUZ NXT. Looks like it's going to be time for Scream to do some scaling. Pushing forward is countryman Nevera. Bomb on the back. OP Dust now going to be falling away. Timing could have maybe favored Clutchain, but they don't pull the trigger. They have forced MOUZ NXT to be very scared, very halfway down the middle here. Smoke and Temple, that's going to lead to a storming of the gates, but look at this from OP Dust. He's able to find a couple of frags. Only Nevera retaliates, and now it's Kyojin 1-on-3. I guess he can get the bomb down, but that's probably the extent of it, you have to think.
Yeah, CT's coming from all sides. That smoke might have been better on the center side to give him a little bit of room. The CT can just go through that smoke as soon as his teammates come closer, and Kyojin, a dead man, dead to rights, no problem for MOUZ NXT to grab their 5th, but they need to do a lot more where that came from if they want to make this an even game.
Yeah, and hats off to Fleerax for getting that opening kill that did sort of guide Clutchain away from the B site and more towards the middle area. It does feel like the rotations were so fast from MOUZ NXT that Clutchain didn't have much time to really think about things. Scream and Nevera trying to do what they can indeed do, what they've already proven that they can do earlier in this map, and buddy up for some serious frags. Of course, Nevera being on the receiving end of a lot of the opportunities, whereas Scream has mostly been the fodder, so to speak, which is funny to say, funny to see. But nonetheless, it is 5 rounds. They've got half of what Clutchain have. MOUZ NXT, what can you do from here to continue your salvaging operation? Because Clutchain are not going to give up the ghost, even though they are on to pistols.
I mean, these pistols can be dangerous. Nevera did die, but Kyojin using that D to its fullest extent as he deletes Fleerax out of the map. That's the op on the floor, and a potential opportunity for Clutchain to get to it at some point of this round. 4-on-4, and that spreads the defense thin. Definitely a chance here for Clutchain to utilize these pistols.
It's Alex here. Scream fall back is the question. Looks like it won't be of any consequence. Shogu applying some more pressure where Scream fell. Now he's going to cycle over to the side, but doesn't get to the boxes quietly in time. OP Dust will relieve the pressure, and all of a sudden you can be a lot less concerned. That said, Python does end up needing to be traded through the smoke. AOK will oblige. Once again, Kyojin caught in a 1-on-3. This time with way less health than before. No chance for him whatsoever. Can't even get the bomb down that time. That being said, they still end up picking a few kills with those pistols. That one was just a holding pattern for the real one, the appetizer for the main course that is this forthcoming round.
Now let's see what's next. Oh, just a pixel was enough for Kyojin to grab that frag. Some damage dealt by these pistols, but the important thing is what can they do with rifles that they are now holding in their hands. Not the best buy when you're on the T side of Anubis. 3 Galils in the hands of Clutchain, 2 AKs, and would you look at that, it's Scream on the AK. Still looking to find his footing in this map.
Yeah, still looking to find his footing in professional Counter-Strike 2. You know, back when it was Global Offensive, nobody would have thought the next game would be CS2. That what? Isn't like the 5th one?
Yeah, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. Utility utilize as MOUZ NXT will have to pull back from mid. A little bit of pressure arriving. That HE grenade did some damage. I expected it to do a bit more, but it's the AK-wielding players that got chunked a little bit. OP Dust on the open, and that might be a problem, though. Flearex there to cover. Now Flearex in trouble. That smoke will allow him to escape, and escape he will, but a lot of room garnered by Clutchain. Nicodian completely blind. Now Scream strikes as they take control of the site.
All right, a couple headshots there from the machine. Maybe he's back after all. Gonna get flashed in, but Flarex with the AWP not able to correct in time. Scream bloodies him and pushes him back. This is looking very likely for the 11th. You can see MOUZ NXT still maybe poking at the extremities. See if maybe one of them can grab a frag on A main or camera, but it's just not being offered up. The best they can hope for is some exits here as Clutchain marching closer and closer to the finish line. Now it feels like they've gotten too many rounds in the bag. Now it feels like MOUZ NXT, best they can hope for is getting a little bit closer to double digits themselves just to save face. Let's see if they can prove us wrong, because that's number 11 in the bag.
Yeah, getting closer to the finish line is Clutchain here. 2 rounds left to go, and let's not forget, they came here as the outsiders, as the underdogs, as an unranked team against MOUZ NXT that are currently 80th on the VRS, and when it comes to this competition, being 80th is not half bad, which, well, MOUZ NXT still are yet to prove against Clutchain. I would have expected that the majority French lineup will be needing some time to adjust to Counter-Strike 2. It seems like they've already adjusted, Pronoga.
Yeah, I mean, they're certainly communicating well. That was something that Navarra said in the opening interview, and he wants to make sure everybody can speak the proper language here for good comms, good vibes. Now they're pushing in through mid, and the vibes are definitely checking out. Flearex hoping to see if he can get an op shot on anybody crossing, but the jump over from Scream, it's well considered. He's being a little bit too fast, a little bit too nimble, and Clutchain are actually going to cancel the attack on mid. They're going to rotate around, knowing that at least one player is definitely there. Maybe it is that Opper.
The defense spread across the map. The offense looking to take control of A, and that will be a brawl in A main. The smoke will slow them down, but it's a minute on the clock, and they can wait out that smoke. No problem for Clutchain at the moment. The problem could be the fact that they're a little bit lacking utility. Flash through the smoke. Navarra wants to go through. OP Dust unable to find the kill somehow. It's Navarra that takes his head. Nicodian in trouble. He's going to get destroyed as well, and that's the site that belongs to Clutchain. I am in a bit of a loss for words, Pronogo, as Clutchain are playing really good Counter-Strike at the moment.
Yeah, at the same time, you gotta wonder how OP Dust doesn't get anything there when you're charging forward. He dodges the flash very nicely and then can't rifle down, can't hold down mouse 1 and move it in the right way. It's like they were absorbing the bullets, CS2'd or something, but no, it wasn't anything like that. That's a 12th. That's match point dialed in for Clutchain. They are ready to march into the 1-0 part of the bracket here in the Swiss stage of Tipsport's Conquest of Prague. Flearex, at best, can get a couple of exits alongside AOK, but that seems like it'll be all she wrote. Doubling the scoreline yet again. The French-Belgian lineup happy to report that they are on the precipice of victory. Scream's comeback will not be inglorious after all.
Well, his scoreline is, but he's going to be happy nonetheless.
Don't look at his scoreline. It's all headshots, dude.
Oh,
Impact.
yeah.
Impact.
Alrighty, 6 match points for Clutchain, as we've had plenty of underdog victories yesterday. Not the case today. This could be the first one. Or this should be the first one. Clutchain 6 opportunities to close this best of 1 out.
6 opportunities. Do they even need them all? Maybe they only need 1. A-OK with that op. It's going to get brought down to size. He takes Python out, who is quite the force, of course, but Kyojin picking up the slack, just charges right in and clears OP dust from the deck. Zelix exposed in E-Box. Surely he's only good for the 1. Indeed, Navera will finish the job there. Scream has fallen elsewhere towards water. It is a 2-on-2. Something you can definitely say here is that MOUZ NXT will go for the clutch when they need to, and absolutely they need to now. Nicodian, Fleerax, it's an op retake.
Yeah, but this is big trouble for Clutchain as well. So much utility on MOUZ NXT. This should be a relatively simple retake for them, given that both T's are in B main. They're going to have to hurry up, though, and check all the angles and just jump on that defuse as soon as possible. Kyojin, are you ready? No, you're not. Navera dead. Kyojin alone. He needs to find a way to clutch this one out, and that won't be the case as this match prolongs at least a little bit.
That's right. Yeah, it turns out it was quite the gamble to put everybody outside B main, both surviving T's, you know, being smoked off by a single 1. They try to go for the boost, but it doesn't get a frag, and at that point you're just revealing your hand completely without getting anything for it. Very nice play from Kyojin, it must be said. Scream was called out from that position by Nicodian, knew exactly where he would be. The old vet still not quite down with the tricks on Anubis yet. Clutchain have to play at least 1 more round of Counter-Strike. They're back down to a couple of budget rifles, 2 Galils, but 3 AKs.
Still, 3 AKs is a danger, a good amount of utility as well, as they're looking to break open that B bomb site as soon as possible, as it was a heavy lean towards it so far. Of course, a little bit of utility expended towards mid. You want to keep the CTs on their toes, keep them in position, and those will be long rotates. 2 players is often not nearly enough to keep that bomb site B. Usually you want 3. In this case, how will the B defenders defend? The attack begins. Python finds the first kill and a double. That looked good. And now they're on the precipice of victory. 5-on-3. The bomb has been planted, and MOUZ NXT just hoping for an opening not to be provided by the French majority team.
Yeah, this one is just about wrapped up. MOUZ NXT, they lost the first T round of Clutchain with a brilliant execute on the pistol round, and Clutchain go back to the well to finish the job. Fleerax trying to be a little bit spectacular at the end, but Nicodian will be the last to fall. And ladies and gentlemen, Scream is back, even though he got a little carried.
Oh yeah, he got a little carried in this one, but a return with a victory is good nonetheless. And Clutchain will be in the 1-0 bracket. Some big dogs will be awaiting them in the next days. And this is a good start if you want to return to Counter-Strike. Some well-known faces we will be looking at in this competition, I would say, for a solidly long time. As MOUZ NXT, the first favorites of today that actually fall to the underdogs, MOUZ NXT might be in trouble in the Conquest of Prague Pro Noga.
Yeah, I do want to take just a brief moment to say that MOUZ NXT, while they are up against some big dogs with some history behind them, they looked very solid on the strategic side of things. They had the right kinds of utility prepared, the right kinds of games, but pretty much as soon as Clutchain started making adjustments, we were waiting for that second layer to come through, and it just never came. So MOUZ NXT are definitely going to need to think about that. Could have just been the fact that it was Anubis, the fact that it was the big guys on the other screen. We're not sure, but either way, we have one more series here, one more best of 1 ahead of us, and it's Sinners versus Johnny Speeds. We've got it out of our system. Scream's back. He won. His team won a game. I was going to say he won a game. His team won a game, but let's be real. This one is the barn burner.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the one that we were waiting for. Sinners against Johnny Speeds, the only team in this competition that's going to be going to Cologne as well. Johnny Speeds, definitely a force to be reckoned with and definitely a very tough side. A good test for Sinners. Of course, the major is still yet to come and they have a long time before it arrives, but still definitely a solid test for them, especially at the start of this competition. Of course, we will be going on a short break and of course, we'll be back with Sinners against Johnny Speeds.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary HITS technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Isten hozott a híresek csarnokában.
Vítejte v síni slávy Tipsportu, místě zasvěceném největší komunitě sázkařů. Profi výbava analytika plechtiče, který inspiruje.
Co děláš?
Držím palec.
Ukáž?
Držíme palce všem sportovním i sázkařským hrdinům. Tipsport.
Modo from Sinners, thank you so much for coming to the interview. Your home tournament last time, you weren't able to play the tournament to qualify for the LAN. Now maybe you will. So how prestigious it is for you after you qualified for the major to play in front of the home fans?
I think it's good, especially for the Sinners fans. They want to see us and they want to cheer for us. And from what I saw from the vlogs, they are amazing. I see a lot of people out of Sinners jersey, and they are full screaming. And it's gonna be nice if we qualify. Hopefully, we're gonna do it.
Yeah. Plus, now there is no pressure for you. You can just enjoy the tournament. Is that the mindset that you will play the tournament on?
I mean, we should play without pressure, especially that we made it to the major and we don't have to count all the points and shit. Even though like the tournament is kind of risky for the points, I will say, because it's the best of ones, and it's gonna be risky. Like we need to focus on the pistol and so on, like the second buy round. I mean the first buy, but we play without pressure now that we are in the major, and I think it's gonna be great.
Yeah, but still, can you tell me how do you keep the focus in your hands, since you are playing the major, then you will play in Atlanta, these huge tournaments, so how do you keep the focus up?
I mean, we had some free days because I will say like we kind of had free since we finished the tournament in the Porto, like 5 days, but that is not like free day. We were just waiting for people to lose and to get to the major, and we added 2 more days after, and we are full charge. We are happy that we made it to the major, and everybody's happy. Everybody's confidence is really high in this team, and I think we're gonna enjoy this tournament.
Sounds great. You will be playing your first round against Johnny Speed. The team is coached by Freiburg, so maybe some little sprinkle of prestige in there as well.
Yes, I mean he's a legend. He's amazing. I was not even watching CS when he was playing, and yeah, it's amazing to play against him. But I think we're gonna be comfortable on the server, I'll say.
Yeah, okay, good luck with that, and thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you very much.
From Johnny Speed, team coach, Freiburg, thank you so much for coming to the interview. How do you like the role of a coach right now of such a team of some young and very skilled players?
I think it's fun. It's obviously my first time coaching, and I like it a lot. I still get to be with a team and share my experience. I've obviously played the game for a long time, so try to share my experience with the younger players and help them in the right direction.
Do you feel like the coaching might be just a side quest for you, or maybe it's a long time path? Because, as you said, this is your first team, and it's a very interesting mix. But what do you see in your future?
Honestly, no idea. I think coaching for now is what I'm aiming at, and Counter-Strike is the game I've played for 20 years, so I know the game fairly well, and yeah, I just want to continue and get better in coaching as well. Like, I am learning a lot as well, coaching, what to improve, what I can do and stuff like that. So it's a learning experience for both of us, both the team and me as the coach.
So I can imagine it is pretty exciting for you as well, since you're a legend of the game. What is the main difference in today's coaching, maybe, in comparison with your times? I know you haven't been coaching back then, but can you tell the main difference?
I think the main difference between coaching now and like how it was maybe like 10 years back is obviously now you have like easy tools to anti-strat, watch demos, and prepare for the other teams. Like back in the days, we did some lighter prep, like when you were where people were playing and stuff like that, and some strats they were running. But now you can really like deep dive into your opponents and anti-strat as much as you want, basically. So I think that's one big difference. And And also, like online, you can have the coach communicate with the team. Like I can sit and do mid-round calls and stuff like that as well, which helps online. On LAN, it's obviously different.
You are starting against Sinners. They made it to the major finally for the organization. Also, they are the home team. Do you feel like they are maybe the strongest team in the whole tournament?
Yeah, I think definitely there's some really good teams. Sinners is obviously one of them, clinching the major spot, which it was hard fought for them. Otherwise than that, like I still think we can beat any team in this tournament. To be honest with you, I think the tier 2 scene is very strong right now, and a lot comes to like daily focus, how well a team is performing on the day. So we plan on bringing our A game obviously every day this tournament, and hopefully we can beat them. But they're definitely a tough opponent.
Yeah, good luck with that. Also, for the last question, I have to ask, because you are playing or coaching on the same tournament as JW is after all these years. Is there still a bit of rivalry between two of you?
I mean, both yes and no, I think. Like a little bit, of course, but I've met him so many times, and both like in the server and off the server. So I like him a lot, and like no real rivalry, but obviously like between Swedish teams there will always be. So between us and eyeballers, for sure.
Okay, that's a great answer. Thank you so much for the interview, and good luck for the whole tournament.
Thank you so much.
Time for the last match of day 2. It's Sinners versus Johnny Speeds. Of course, Sinners being the only team in this competition that will be featuring in the Cologne Major, so they have a lot of points to defend, and it's something that they spoke about in the interviews as well. It's very difficult to defend points, especially in best of ones, and Johnny Speeds wants to take those points away, Pronago.
Absolutely the case, Thuba. You really got to watch out for these up-and-coming teams, and I think that an answer that Freiberg gave to a question in the interviews is most important. He said that Tier 2 is so strong right now, and he is coaching the side of Johnny Speeds. He knows how important it is to, be aware on the day, ready to go, and the daily level, the daily grind, just one foot in front of the other. You see up and down performances from so many squads. Well, Johnny Speeds wants to go on the up. And honestly, this is a squad that has changed their roster quite a bit, but maybe they've settled into something resembling a starting 5 going forward. On the other side of the server, Sinners, hometown heroes, certainly interested in making it all the way to Prague. It's going to be such a long travel for them.
Yeah, maybe a bus ticket necessary for most of the Sinners lineup to actually get to Prague. Of course, a very interesting lineup, a lineup that at the end of the day was so close to not making the major. FaZe's loss in Belgrade contributed, or rather pulled them over the line to go to the major. And I actually want to maybe send a statement in this competition and in others, of course, that they are playing up until the major, for the major itself, and maybe tell the teams that will be participating in Cologne that they are no joke, even though that they were sort of the last team to book their ticket to the Cologne major.
Yeah, the last team, it was a hate watch of legends over there. I guess Big managed to win a match they didn't even need to win, just casually deciding, yeah, FaZe, you're out of here. Kerrigan, go to Falcons, get out, and that was the end of that. And so we honestly, one of the things that this matchup in particular looks to me is this one should set the tone for the rest of the squad. Like, if you're watching this matchup as any of the other teams, particularly in the 0-1 pool, you kind of hate whoever goes and joins you from this lineup, because both of these squads are fairly strong, and you expect both of them to have, at the very least, a good shot at making it to the play-in, which doesn't guarantee that they're going to make it to the LAN, but certainly means that they'd be exiting victoriously with 3 series wins out of the Swiss stage here at the start of our experience in this tournament. We have the pick ban. Will we see Ancient again?
Oh, hopefully not. I'm just looking at the maps go by, and Ancient is still not out of the pool, so there's an innate possibility that we'll be seeing it. And all right, Ancient is banned. We'll be looking at Mirage. I think this is the second Mirage in the Conquest of Prague out of 8 maps played. Of course, Ancient, absolutely the most map played so far in this competition. If anybody is wondering why we were rooting to not see Ancient, it's Johnny Speeds that banned it at the end of the day. It has been played so many times during these first 2 days of COP, and we are very happy not to see it. It's Sinners, of course, that will be having the upper hand, but in comparison to other odds we've seen today, Pronago, this is probably the most even matchup when you consider the bookmakers.
Yeah, Tipsport agree. It seems like they know that there's a real reasonable shot here. Of course, Clutchain being the only team to upset the bookie odds so far. And that was a mild upset in the way of, MOUZ NXT being more established. Everything else going the way that you would predict. 13-1, 13-5. These matches had not been particularly close on Ancient. Just another reason to root against that map being what we end up selecting as we wait to get into the game here. Mirage, of course, a battleground that might be the most storied map next to Dust 2 by this point in most people's classical understanding of Counter-Strike. And something that I have a strong belief in is that this particular match on this particular map is going to lead us down the rabbit hole of a whole lot of kills, a whole lot of op impact, a whole lot of, shall we say, fast plays. Yeah. I mean, I just can't imagine this one being a more slow and methodical one, even though both squads have the capacity for tactics and for a bit more of a measured approach. I have a funny feeling that we're just going to be going with pace here.
Yeah, well, Johnny Speeds is playing. If they want to live up to their name, they're going to have to be a little bit more pacey. One player I do need to talk a little bit about is Stressarn, the Macedonian player. I've seen him play so many times before in the past few years while he was on sort of Macedonian lineups or Balkan majority lineups. I never really took note of him up until the time he joined Sinners. It wasn't a long time ago, but he already made instant impact, being their highest rated player so far and actually making things work well enough for them to actually go to the major and be the heavy favorites, or rather the most favorite team in the Conquest of Prague.
Yeah, I mean, it goes from just another team mixing it up at tier 2 to the team that you absolutely expect to cruise through the Swiss stage. You can see that Kisarek is all set. He's got everything he needs for the rest of the match here. Only the supplies you need. And
it seems like it was a long day at the PC for him. There's a lot of bottles around him, and it seems to be the good way to end a long day. Of course, we're still waiting for everybody to connect to the server, for everybody to be ready. Hopefully, the production team will tell us if everything is okay or if there is a tech pause underway. Here's Modo. We actually got to hear from him during the interview, during the break. And he had a few things to say. Of course, the fact that this is a very dangerous event for them to lose points, not only to gain them.
Yep, that's a fair point as well. And we also got a little bit of behind the scenes as to what was going down with Sir Modo and everybody in the Sinners camp as that last match of the ill-fated FaZe run came to a close. And here we are. Ladies and gentlemen, the music has begun. It's about time we get into things underway. I'm honestly very excited for what Johnny Speeds are cooking up. I expect them to be the most competitive underdog, if you will call them that even. This feels like a proper match, Liuba. This feels like 2 even-keeled teams. Let's see if Sinners can handle it on the defense.
Let's see if Johnny Speeds can handle this one. They're starting on that T side. What do they got in store? Leaning towards B, and maybe a B rush might actually be happening here, as they have a plethora of utility to use, some of which has already been expended. And they want to just quickly execute towards B that is not really heavily guarded. Only one player guarding it so far. There will be a quick rotation happening from Sinners, but they might be in trouble with so much utility use. Oh, that's a nice headshot coming in from Shock. A +1 for the side of Sinners, but the bomb will go down, and a chance for Johnny Speeds to play the post plant.
A chance, more than a chance. Knock is already knocking on the door. Kisarek hiding away in the window, waiting for that smoke to fade. Sinners slow take, pushing forward. Now, the trap is sprung. Oh, but Yoka B's got some answers. Electro also finding a Glock headshot. Moto needs to do a lot more than that, and he's dueling around the graveyard. And he might as well go into one of those coffins. Easy as you like. Johnny Speeds, I thought they'd have a little bit more resistance.
Oh yeah, it seemed like they were looking to find something here. Like that this was supposed to go the other way, wasn't the case. As they claim round number 1, a lot of brawling happening on the site. Unable to get close to it, not close enough to it. And as you said, Jokabi, 2 quick frags and Lekro adding to his tally, grabbing 2 as well. We know that Lekro is a very dangerous player with pistols.
Yes. Yeah, particularly the upgraded ones. Beware a deagle in that man's hands. Used to be a bit of a specialist in it back in the day in the NIP jersey. Saw a little bit of a setup there from Sinners for just a moment before it got flushed out by utility. Shock, my man. You can't be faced to that with a smoke. Easily taking his head off his Sapek.
Good start for Johnny Speeds as they grab that opening pick, brought back by B-Stick, but left on 10 HP. Not really the most comfortable you can be in that situation. Already, Johnny Speeds getting that bomb down. Do Sinners want to commit to this one? They have a flash, a single flash to try to get close to the site. So this won't be an easy retake by any means, especially against rifles. AKs, Galil's definitely stronger than MP9s, and they're pulling the plug, they're pulling back.
Yeah.
They want to save these SMGs and keep them in their hands for the next round. It will be Johnny Speeds getting another round for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, I think this is the right move. You obviously have invested basically everything you have into the second round force buy for Sinners. Defenders get cracked on the way. Shock not able to keep it together there in the connector position, and Johnny Speeds going straight up to 2-0 start. I gotta say, I was definitely expecting the pace that we've seen brought by Johnny Speeds so far. I even called it out in that little opening segment, but maybe a little bit of a different look to it. I don't know. I wasn't quite expecting the pace to be brought against somebody, you know, facing connector with a smoke, and the fact that B-Stick managed to get a frag from a little funny spot on the, I was going to call it Tetris, but of course that's just the same prop. A little mid boost with the MP9. Not bad, honestly, in terms of trying to get something back into it, but then they only had the one flashbang.
Leaning towards B is the side of Sinners. Johnny Speeds, on the other hand, just taking control of mid. They know that they have the superior weaponry, superior utility as well for themselves to use. That smoke is going to cause just a little bit of pressure for Heap to stay on his toes and look for maybe a bit of an overzealous CT lurking around that smoke, and it's exactly what Johnny Speeds are doing at this point in time. Is Shock isolated on A again. Similar situation that at previous round. The problem is no FAMAS in his hands. It's only that 5-7 to defend himself with, and it's not going to be easy for him to do that.
No, not easy at all. It does get another smoke sent out there, so at the very least that's something. They break it and clear, but Sapek does he know? Is he going to check it properly? The head was seen, but Shock turns away. That's another heartbreaking connector. That's not what you wanted to see. At least B-Stick will be able to claw something back as another MP9 kill goes his way. He can upgrade to the AK, and he's got a nice line of sight onto anybody trying to face him from that connector position. Problem is right about now that stress harden's so damn low. Kisarek caught on the rotate. That might cancel any attempt at a retake, especially with Lekro lost in the wind. Do they have any idea where he is?
Could be a very good situation for him to take a gun away. Doesn't look like it's going to be so easy for him, as Beastick will spot the head and find the kill. Another rifle potentially in the hands of Sinners for the next round. A little bit of money saved as well, but it's Johnny Speeds grabbing their third, and a very good start, converting the pistol relatively easily as they've made Sinners just save their guns, concede another round.
Yeah, a lot of concessions coming out so far from the Czech organization. European mix not yet finding any value against the Swedes of Johnny Speed. I do have a little bit of a sneaking suspicion here that even though Sinners are scoring a couple of extra rifles and they're bringing a little bit more into it, it feels like Johnny Speeds have just a couple of small flourishes they can add to these attacks and these takes that, unless we see a little bit more individually from Sinners' players, unless they warm up into the map and they feel a little bit better in terms of firing on all cylinders, Johnny Speeds could start charging ahead very quickly.
Yeah, you can't underestimate them. They'll use anything you throw their way. Any mistake made, and it seems to be paying dividends so far. Leaning towards B is the side of Johnny Speeds, maybe trying to do the same as they did in the pistol round. It worked then, why not try it now? And the attack comes in, shock and trouble. There's no escaping apartments in this one, and they're trying to defend the site. Stressarn alone, he's going to get swamped. A lot of trouble as Sapek takes his head and takes the site for his team. Already Sinners know this round is lost. It's done, it's dusted, and they have to save their guns again.
How unlucky can one man be? That's like the third round in a row where Shock has gotten hit with a timing and he just peaked at the wrong time or he turned away at the wrong time. You can't let that get in your head. I know it's down 0-4 at this point with Johnny Speeds on a tear, but he's going to need to rally himself. He's going to need to maybe take a tack, maybe take a moment, because Johnny Speeds aren't doing anything super fancy. They're just, at some points, they're even throwing caution to the wind, charging through smokes as they just did. And it just works out because mostly unlucky timings from Shock.
Yeah, well, you got to use your timings. You got to consider them. And Shock was a little ill-prepared in a few situations so far that led to Sinners still being on 0 rounds. It's Johnny Speeds currently on 4. And they're playing really well. Barely losing any players. It's only Heap that died more than once. And we get to see him on our camera. Of course, Heap represented Dignitas alongside Lekro and Freiburg a few years back while Freiburg was still playing. Now he's coaching the team.
Yeah, that's a fun little side story there. Everybody remembers the origin of Halzerk in many ways, which was also funny to find. Not the player you would immediately expect to come out of the Dignitas lineup. But yeah, as it turns out, Sinners are going to take that tactical timeout, take a moment. They need to figure out what they're doing with their defense. You know, they're rotating Shock around in a few places. He's been in, you know, each bomb site twice in, 4 or 5 rounds. So where's he going to go and how is he going to abate this streak of bad luck that he's had to face?
Well, that starts now. Now is the time for Sinners to find a reply, an answer, or a retort. Whatever you want to call it, now is the time for them to find the round. What is the plan for Johnny Speeds? That's the question as well. As they're playing very passively. Beastick spotted, needs to pull back. And Johnny Speeds, they've conserved a lot of their utility. They want to play the late game in this round.
They do. They're definitely going to be taking a little bit later control of a few areas. They just need to make sure that they don't waste too much time clearing out spaces that are likely already abandoned. Now they're going to be rotating over slowly. Don't expect them to throw a lot of utility to take main over in the A side of things. Instead, they'll be slow walking it, moving as a team, checking things out together. Stressarn going to show signs of life on the A site for the defense. You called him out earlier as the player to watch, and so far he hasn't been able to find any impact, but that doesn't mean that he won't. Put himself burrowed into sandwich. Needs some calorie-dense meal here, and he's able to take one, but even through the fire and the flames, he falls.
Yeah, that's the best he could have done. There's Shock, he finds the kill piece through the smoke. Unable to find one as he gets gunned down. It's a 3v3, still an opening available for Johnny Speeds. Less than 30 seconds on the clock. They're going to have to speed it up. And get that bomb down as soon as possible. It's in no man's land. It's on the floor. They need to pick it up and get to the side, but that let Sinners actually rotate, and they're all around that A bomb site. Not going to be easy for Johnny Speeds to get this over the line, especially with Moto's AWP, and now Kisarek strikes, but he dies. Shot there to lend a helping hand, and it's only Lekro alive as Sinners grab their first.
Really nice play from Moto there to hold for anybody coming out of Palace. It's very tempting to try to help your buddy out by moving in a little bit closer and swinging together, but in that angle, you absolutely can't do that. You need to make sure that anybody coming out of Palace or anybody coming in through Dark is able to be flicked onto. So Moto with the steady hand takes care of business, and there's Shock. He finally has scored a couple extra frags. No funny business this time around. So lives to tell the tale. That's the first round for Sinners.
Yeah, good start. They're going to need to chain together a few more.
Yeah.
If they want to be combative in this one, through the smoke, Sapek strikes, and Stressar in no man's land, completely blind. That's going to be a freebie for Sapek as he doubles up in this round. A two-man advantage for Johnny Speeds, and they can just slow things down. Let the CT sweat a little bit, maybe make some overzealous reactions.
Well, they're definitely going to have their work cut out for them, Sinners, if they're going to try to come back in a 3-on-5. Some risk is going to need to be taken, some calculated choice of gambling towards one side over the other, or pushing in an area where they'll get a little bit of info. At the very least, Shock sees one player from Johnny Speeds moving back away from top of mid. And so far, Sinners leaning towards B, which is not the answer that they're looking for. They will need to save. This will be just like some of the earlier gun rounds that Johnny Speeds claimed victory in, where they get the bomb plant down rather unceremoniously. Only question is, can Lekro find a nice lurk timing to clear the deck of some of the defenders? The money is still not great for Sinners, so keep that in mind.
Yeah, I want to take those rifles away, and there you go, Lekro doing his business. Instant headshot onto Kisarek. It's Moto and Shock just hoping they can save these rifles, salvage them for the next. Shock's has been heard, and he will fall to the floor. It's only Moto's AWP that will be transitioning to the next round. And should he save it, there's a lot of time left on that bomb, so they are on the hunt, Pronago.
Yeah, I like this idea, because if you take him away, not that they can know the exact dollar amount in the bank account of Sinners, but every kill hurts so much, and this one would hurt most of all, as Moto can drop 2 A1Ss if he needs to. Shock can likely do some kind of buy himself, so they won't actually have a terrible buy into the next round, but if Moto was to go down, it would be way worse, and Johnny Speeds would likely be looking at, 7 rounds maybe before Sinners comes up with anything that they can deal with.
Currently looking good for Johnny Speeds, as they're consistently finding openings all across the map, and Sinners struggling on this CT side. I mean, Moto mentioned it, and he was right. Best of ones are very dangerous, and I would argue to say that Johnny Speeds would be a formidable opponent for Sinners, even in a best of 3. Another attack boss coming in, necessity, but this time from the hand of Johnny Speeds. They want to adjust something.
Interesting that they're choosing to take this moment to talk over their strategy. Part of me wonders if this is Freiburg saying, hey, I think I found a read for you to get a little bit of an easier time in. Either way, sometimes when you call a tactical pause and your opponents are not immediately ready for it, it can throw them off worse than if you just win and keep going, So knocking them off course, perhaps. Nice little self-boost there from Moto, his movement on point. Lots of utility exchanged. This looks pretty standard so far, but let's see what Johnny Speeds were cooking up.
That's the question. Maybe they just were looking for a practice set-piece round, something that could get them over the line, reset Sinners completely and put them in trouble. Moto, not the best angle to hold, somehow escapes with his life, at least for the time being. The AWP, even on 1 HP, can be a threat. So Sapek might be a little bit sad that he couldn't get him to 0 HP. Rotating towards A The complete 5-man of Johnny Speeds will be striking that A bomb site, defended by 2 players, but also with B-Stick lending a helping hand. So it's not going to be a completely easy execute towards A. And now it starts. Now they are knocking on that door. Incendiary will keep them at bay for at least a few seconds longer, but not longer than that. Another flash comes in for Stressarn. Okay. Now Johnny Speeds are pulling the trigger and pushing to the site. Kisarek already posted up on the site. The CTs are rotating in. This is very slow for Johnny Speeds, and that might cost them. It will. As one by one, they are falling down. Good setup from Sinners as they are knocking on their second round. That will be the case unless Knock can clutch a 1v3 in 20 seconds, which is highly unlikely, I would say.
Yeah, this one's looking pretty much all wrapped up. Knock takes the peek. Flashbang goes wide, but it doesn't matter. Moto finishes the job. Very nicely played. Even though I gotta say, Johnny Speeds had a great idea about slow lurking into mid, and obviously were able to flush out the Opper, even though they weren't able to get the kill at the end of the day. I don't hate the idea of going for a slower take. I don't hate the idea of what Johnny Speeds ended up doing on A, but they definitely needed to be looking in the right direction. And the more complexities you start introducing to a game plan like that, the higher level you need to be. And, you know, Johnny Speeds are obviously leading by 3 rounds still, but maybe not the highest level that we're talking about here. They might need a little bit before they're on the, you know, Paravision angle or something.
Yeah. Bit more practices to get them to that situation. 5-2, Johnny Speeds still with a solid lead, especially given that they're playing on that T side, but they're looking for a few more rounds, and now economy is not really a big problem for Sinners, and that's something to keep in mind. It is a problem for Johnny Speeds should they lose this round, and Sinners could get themselves very close to tying up the scoreline.
It's funny to think about because Johnny Speeds have obviously won so many rounds, but yes, money is a question for them. If they get stuffed here with no bomb plant, well, back to the drawing board, back to the bargain aisle. At the same time, Sinners, they have Moto's AWP. He's got a reasonable amount of cash in the bank. Shock and B-Stick can handle things. Moto needs to actually hit the shot, though, and that was maybe ambitious to try to kill Lekro in underpass. Lekro's basically made that his home. Now he's going to flush B-Stick out. Sapek ready to pounce if the opportunity presents itself, but there's too much gunfire happening for B-Stick to move very far. Ooh, a little bit of underhanded flash. Look at that Moto with the collateral. Unbelievable.
Oh, Knock answers back. Jokobi as well. He gets taken out. 2v2. They need to plant the bomb, and that will be the case. It's Shock and Stressarn on the Sinners side. Smoke on the side to provide them a little bit more extra space to work with, as Knock is looking for a place to set up that AWP. And that could be what makes the difference in this round should he hit his shot, as one player is coming out of jungle. Bomb tick to half. They need to hurry up, and there's Knock with the op. Spots the other player as well, and there's little Shock can do. No smoke, no utility, and he needs to pull back as Johnny Speeds on 6.
Yeah, best that Shock can do here is locate that AWP, but even that feels like it could be a bit of a challenge. He hears the footsteps. He knows where they are relative to him, so hasta la vista. Johnny Speeds up by 4 rounds once again as they score number 6, leaving only one member of Sinners' defense left to pick up the pieces. And of course, it's the unluckiest of them all, Shock.
Yep. He really had a tough map so far. A few very unfortunate situations, bad timings that led to him maybe not posting the scoreline he was looking for. Definitely could have been better had he had a little bit more luck. 6-2, and as Johnny Speeds cruising currently on this T side of Mirage.
Yeah, cruise control, that's for sure. And look at this, Moto trying to be audacious with a peek towards underpass. Spots 2 members of Johnny Speeds, hightailing it out of there. I gotta say, I was impressed with Moto, obviously. He somehow pulled a rabbit out of a hat in connector in the previous round, but it was the op highlight round. Knock finding a lot of impact as well. Shock, this time, has the head-up duel against Lekro. That relieves a lot of pressure in the mid-round. See what Johnny Speeds can do, because even though Lekro might not have the most impressive score line, he applies so much pressure as Sinners try to locate and find him so that he doesn't stab them in the back.
Had that kill went to Lekro's hand, would have painted a completely different picture of this round. Now, if you're Johnny Speeds, you have no idea what site to take. You have no intel what site could be less heavily guarded, which is the case to BB, and they are looking toward that part of the map. One player on mid, just making a little bit of pressure, holding the rotates from that A-bomb site. 3 players in apartments, Shock just waiting for them to go through the smoke. A bit more than 30 seconds on the clock. Johnny Speeds far from speedy so far in this T-half, and Shock needs to pull back. Somehow survives with his life, but Johnny Speeds need to enter the site as soon as possible. The CTs are rotating. Shock is dead. So is one more player, and Stressar, no chance. A great execute to that B-bomb site. And if you're Beastic and Moto, do you even want to commit to this? It's best just to save your guns at Johnny Speeds collecting their 7th round and confirming a lead on the half.
Yeah, problem is that Sinners have made the right call economically time and time again by saving. And this is almost what you would expect out of a more well-drilled team. But Sinners are supposed to be winning a lot of these rounds. Sinners are supposed to be winning some of these duels. Johnny Speeds are mostly going to where Sinners aren't ready for. Hitting timings that surprises them, and certainly having a good amount of a buddy system for their utility and their execs. So it feels like the Swedish side is actually coming across as more well-drilled, better drilled than the side of Sinners. We'll have to see when it swaps halves, but Sinners need enough runway to get off the ground, and so far they're very much impounded.
I mean, Sinners statistically prefer the T side of Mirage.
That's true.
But
you're trying to make me believe.
Yeah, they're going to have to make it work up until the halftime's end, because you can't really work with the rounds you have at the moment. You're going to need to pull a few out of the hat. And it's far from the fact that, all right, you could maybe argue that it's not their best map. It is one of their better maps, and one of the maps that they play most often. So obviously they're going to have to go for a tactical timeout and talk things through, maybe consider some changes to their gameplay, because things are currently not looking so good.
Not looking so good indeed. Only one tactical pause left for the second half, or maybe for this half as well if it's absolutely necessary. Johnny Speeds, on the other hand, happy to keep 2 in reserve so far. Up by 5 as we get into round number 10. Swedish side having a lot of value found so far on their T side. Well, we're going to see. I'm still not yet convinced that Sinners are, you know, caught hook, line, and sinker, but they haven't been able to chain rounds together.
Not even close. And they're going to have to do it starting from now, starting from this one. Could be an A split in the cards for Johnny Speeds in this one. Kisarek quite close to ramp. His teammates are not there to support him, even though they're sharing the site with him. Great flash coming in from Stressar, and as Kisarek will get an easier frag onto Heap, and that's a +1 for Sinners. That's a start of a round you want to have.
Yeah, they haven't really been in situations where they've had the opening, you know, except for Moto's collat, which didn't end up holding anyway as the round collapsed around that Opper. Johnny Speeds, on the other hand, not used to playing 4 versus 5. Not for any long period of time at the very least. So no instant refrag potential, no trade to come. At the very least, Sinners didn't push to discover the bomb. Johnny Speeds gonna link back up with each other. Nox got the bomb and the op. The boomstick equipped. Kisarek just gonna hide away and sandwich. This has been an impactful position for Sinners.
Yeah, let's see if it's going to pay dividends again. That Molotov not touching him just yet, so he's quite safe. Will they track him? That's the question. The answer seems to be negative. Oh, they are. Sapek blows his head away. And again, a very slow, methodical round ends in an explosive take of the site, but still a man advantage to the Sinners. And Johnny Speeds can get the bomb down, but they have to do it with 10 seconds on the clock. Now the CTs approach, and the op strikes yet again. 4 versus 1 as Nock is alone. Needs to find the kill. Somehow lands the no-scope, but a hair too late as that first shot was missed. And that took Sinners enough time that they can actually get the frag onto him. It's number 3 for Sinners, but we've mentioned it during this round. They're going to have to chain together a few.
They are going to have to chain together a few, but that is an excellent start. They keep a lot of their members alive, so you're talking about a defensive side that should be properly equipped. You can see Heap actually, from his POV, tried to turn away from that flash, but it was like a little non-committal. He missed the DPI button on his mouse, so he could do it real fast. You know, he wanted to do that a little bit snappily, but it didn't work out for him. So, of course, that is how Sinners started things off. And Johnny Speeds, they've had some lackadaisical takes on the A-bomb site. That was no different. And Moto opening up. He's not done yet.
That was a telegraph boost.
Yeah.
And easy for Shock. The double op setup working for Sinners in this one, as the Johnny Speeds attack is crumbling before it even began. They still want to take control of mid and find a kill towards that part of the map. But Sinners, with 2 men to the good, they are fine. They are completely content with just pulling back, playing it safe, and letting Johnny Speeds play the next move.
Well, Moto's looking around. He's hopping around. He's trying to find every bit of impact he can possibly have. Wants them all the kills. Up to Sandwich. Sapek will be felled by B-Stick in the meanwhile. That's an easy trade from Yoka B. Well, Molly's going to go under dark. That's going to flush Kisarek out at the very least, but that's only one component of this defense. You've got to contend with the op.
Absolutely. The question is, can they? And the thing is, the player in Palace cannot move. It's Lekro that needs to make the next step. But with the AWP, that's not going to be the easiest job in the world. The Stresshorn is just waiting to strike from that smoke. They know where Kisarek is. But this is a very tricky situation for Johnny Speeds, as there's so many angles to check and not enough time to do it in. All the intel necessary is now in the hands of Sinners. One by one, the Johnny Speeds players fall, and Sinners are slowly clawing themselves back.
Yeah, they're trying to do their best to make it so that, okay, Johnny Speeds have won the half. They've got their 7 rounds, but it's only a limited lead, the slimmest of margins. That will give Sinners a lot of runway. I think with 4 rounds, a comeback is doable no matter what. But hey, we could go one better, and then we would be looking very, very competitive as we start off our second half. You said it earlier that Sinners do enjoy the T side a bit more. But listen, they'll enjoy it much better if they can start off 5.
Oh yeah, that would be great for them. A potential pistol could bring them into an even battle, basically at the start of that second half. The question is, can they? And pistols are always dangerous. Deagles and Tech-9s want to make some damage happen. A lot of damage dealt already. That HE grenade was meaty. And it seems like Johnny Speeds have no answers to what Sinners are doing. Deagle, not gonna fire off a shot in Moto easy as you like. It's Sinners on 5 at the half, and they can be happy with that.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. It's 7-5 starting the second half. Johnny Speeds versus Sinners. And Johnny Speeds had a very solid lead, but it seems to be short-lived, Bronogo, as Sinners are making the comeback happen. A pistol round in the second half could make it an even scoreline.
The gods demand more competitive Counter-Strike than what we've got out of our first 3 best of ones on the day. This is our last chance today. And Johnny Speeds started off very strong, as you said. Sinners with 3 in a row on the comeback. Let's see what they can do now that we've transitioned into pistols again. Sinners on the T side, their favored side statistically. Let's let them tell us why.
Yeah. Reasons to show. A smoke and a molly, that's all they got from utility, and you can see Johnny Speeds with a solid amount of grenades themselves. Also a pair of dualies in Heap's hands. That should be utilized should Sinners go towards that A-bomb side, and it does seem to be the case. Just making some room towards mid, looking to maybe even make that split happen. And they should be striking that A-bomb site promptly. The question is, can the CTs hold on? 3 of them defending the site, and a quick rotate from Sapek as well. Ooh, he gets blown away. And now the attack can begin one by one. The defenders are falling. No chance of survival. No bullets in the gun as he falls to the hand of the Sinners. They're grabbing this pistol. They're grabbing the bull by the horns.
Sure are, yeah. I mean, it's just Jokobi and Lekro left on the battlefield for the Swedish side. And obviously they're up by a few rounds, and after this it'll be up by 1 round. But you gotta be a little bit scared, right? You gotta be like, wait, hold on, they're on the comeback. The momentum is on their side. Lekro might stuff B-Stick back into the murder hole, but you said it earlier, no chance of survival. Shock on the hunt, not the only one. Lekro falls, it's Jokobi left standing in a 1-on-4 with the bomb about to blow. He's not going to get out of there with his life nor his pistol. That will be 6 for Sinners. That's the number of the beast.
And now they're the ones feeling quite good. Even though they're still lacking 1 round and looking to make it a tied scoreline, Sinners are the ones with all the momentum, as you've mentioned previously. We'll see what Johnny Speeds have in store and how their second round will look. Will they opt to actually go for a force buy or just go for USPs and hope for the best when you get your hands on guns? That will be the latter, as they're just fighting with those starting pistols. Should be a quick and simple round for Sinners.
Yeah, let's see how it goes, right? I mean, this is a situation you wouldn't want to be losing health in. Kisarek gets the opening frag and then hightails it out of there, knowing he's likely in being pursued. It's B-Stick on the farm. Stressarn helping him out with the Galil. Come on now. Come on out. Looks like it's Galil and AK kills for everyone. Poor Mac-10 can't find a single crop to farm. Lekro, though, left alive. Just got a P2K in his hands. Got some Cloud9 stickers on it. Rest in peace.
Maybe one day. It's going to be all tied up after 14 rounds played, as Sinners, well, they surprised us, or rather Johnny Speed surprised them in the first half. But now the only team in the Conquest of Prague that will be attending the major as well is getting back on track and in the driver's seat as they start their favorite side of Mirage. They are playing on this T side, and the first gun round will begin promptly.
Sure will. This is a good test of Sinners, honestly. This whole tournament will be a great opportunity to learn about one of the last teams, the last team to secure major berth. And if you're curious at all about what the squad's capable of, little comebacks like what they performed so far to tie things back up. An artillery strike heap down to 9 points of health. It goes to show you the level that they're operating on.
No problem.
That's not over yet, but that's pretty bad for Sir Heap.
Well, he's had a bit of a difficult map so far. Only 1 kill found in 15 rounds. And on 9 HP, I wouldn't really expect him to find a kill in this one, though Sapek can, and he finds one. That smoke will alleviate some of the pressure, though the player from Palace finds the frag. Knock in trouble and gets destroyed by Kisarek. 1 by 1, Kisarek just is reaping heads as he opens things up for his team, closes this round, and gets Sinners into an advantage.
Yeah, you got to wonder a little bit why Jokobi was starting to face them on Palace when the rest of the team was starting to back away. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication there, but wanted to test himself, the young gun, against the Sinners lineup. European mix finally takes the advantage. Something we have not seen yet on the map. So Mirage has started to become kinder to them. The longer this map has gone on, they found their footing on the defensive side, and now they're starting to punch back in a real way. And you got to watch out for that. I mean, Heap was basically taken out of the round through the artillery strike. After that, it was just a slow but steady rollout through Palace, through A main. Sinners getting multiple members onto the site, but peeking from angles that weren't immediately predicted. And honestly, Nock's always been more of an opper than a rifleman. We can say that pretty handily. So it's not much of a surprise that he ends up dropping that shot. But you got to say, Kisarek isn't supposed to be able to kill so many people here.
Yeah, way too many frags found by this player. 3 is a crowd, 3 is too much, and it's Sinners that get the upper hand result-wise as well. We saw that the momentum was in their hands. We saw that they sort of started playing a lot better than was the case in the opening rounds of this map. But now the result is showing that. Still, 2 rifles in the hands of Johnny Speeds, and the upgraded pistols can do damage as well. Let's see what that brings them. Beestick, ooh, almost walks into his death. Does he want to peek? The answer is yes. The flash not going to stop him as he finds the opener in this one. And one of 2 rifles that Johnny Speeds had is now lying on the floor.
Yeah, kind of dangerous to try to recover that one. And I have a feeling that Sinners have a read on the economy. They're holding that gun. You wouldn't do if you expected everybody to be on rifle. Micro offers a silent boost for Jokabeat. But Shock is not going to be provoked further forward. This best of 1 with a minute left on the clock, around 16, looks good for Sinners to keep on going. Not only do they have the weaponry advantage, they've secured the manpower advantage.
Now the question is, if you're Sinners, where do you want to strike? The answer seems to be B. Beestick contemplating going towards A and checking things out. It would be a mistake to go B, but with 35 seconds on the clock, they're going to have to hurry up, and they're actually going to the wrong site. Beestick not checking the angle, and 2 frags found in quick succession by Johnny Speeds. Lekro still alive, but not for long, and it's Nock trying to survive for as long as possible and toss a wrench into the gears of Sinners. This might be an opportunity. They did not check him. They have no idea that he's here, but his teammates have all fallen, and it's Nock alone looking to clutch this. South finds the first. Still, only a P250 in hand, and a Hail Mary play from Nock, hoping to grab this round and clutch it out. They have no idea where he is, but as soon as he walks through that smoke, he's a dead man as Sinners double that advantage.
Knocking on the door, double digits. Sinners, this European mix, major bound. They are finding quite a bit of footing on Mirage. Now, at this point, we see why the bookmaker odds had them as the favorites. We were talking about this map being more competitive. At first, it looked like Johnny Speeds were about to run away with it. But there was a little bit of trip, a little bit of a stumble. And now it feels like it's a blunder after a blunder as Sinners just keep on turning the screws. Johnny Speeds on the defense. Nock will get his op.
An attack pause for, it says Sinners. I would assume it's Johnny Speeds. Yeah, there you go. Because the overlay actually said that it's a CT technical pause.
There you go.
And Johnny Speeds looking to pick up the pieces. They have been looking for a round for a long time. If I recall correctly, it was 7-2 at one point, and now it's 9-7 as Sinners are grabbing this best of 1. It seems sort of with ease. Now let's see if Johnny Speeds can actually turn another gear and show that they still can be a threat.
And indeed. We know Johnny Speeds' level is higher than what they've been showing the last few rounds. Lekro might be first point of contact. He's flashed away, Moto taking a peek, and he will be brought down. Brought to justice. Nock also finding Kisarek elsewhere on the map. Makes this a lot more doable now for Johnny Speeds. This is a +2 for them. Sinners 3v5.
Ooh, stressor and quite deep. Sapek, it seems like timing is to his advantage, and he will find that kill. This round seems to be crumbling for Sinners unless Beestick and Shock can dig something out, and does not seem to be likely as all 5 players of the side of Johnny Speeds are still alive. And they're choosing the right side to defend a bit more heavily as Heap is quite close on the rotate. You got Sapek and Nock defending the side as well. Should be quick and simple to make this only a 1-round game. Let's see if Beestick and Shock have what it takes to do what is seemingly impossible. Good aim necessary. Or do they want to even commit to this one?
All quiet on the Western Front. They are taking their time. 30 seconds on the clock. Sapek stuffed away in Sandwich. Would be an easy activation after Nock takes a peek. But it looks like there will be no need for it as Sinners wait out the time. So it will be drawn to a close. It's 1-round game so far in our most competitive map so far in the tournament, in this little second day. Of course, we did have an overtime affair on day 1, but we could get there together.
I mean, you could argue that that wasn't even as competitive, given that it was a 9-3 half and then another 9-3 half to go to overtime in that last game of yesterday. Here, nobody is pulling any punches, and Johnny Speeds finally get another on the board after a long wait period since their last round win. Of course, they're looking to break the bank of Sinners as soon as possible, and in theory, that could happen in this round already, depending on, of course, how it ends.
Let's find out. Ooh, already stray bullet to the cranium. Moto dropped quite low, but despite that, still making the position work for him. Scoping out, scoping around. Bomb left over in the T-ramp area as Sinners are deciding where they want to go still.
How has Moto died only 4 times so far?
It's just a god.
It's just a lot of saving, I would assume.
Yeah, there was a lot of that going on in the first half, but
Moto time. All right.
All right. We'll take that. He doesn't have long hair yet, so he's going to need to work on that part of it, but the James cosplay otherwise is working well. Flashed into A main. Sapek has a little bit of information. If they're going A, they're going through mid. Or maybe
but there's going to be a long rotate for the CTs to help out their teammates on B. They might not even need help, but one of them has already died. It's Flecker alone on the side, and the cavalry is really far away from him, so he's going to have to put up a fight. Not going to happen as they bring it into a 3v3. A lurk happening as well that could be of consequence. It's Kisarek looking to make some space towards Market. And Johnny Speeds, what do you do in this position?
Oh, no.
Do you even expect B-Stick? I saw a few of them looking behind themselves, but nah, it's going to be a... Oh, what the hell just happened there? B-Stick missing a sitter, and Kisarek not using his opportunity. Shock, what can he do? Finds one and the other. All right, somebody is hitting his shots as Knock needs to pull back. It's Sinners on double digits.
All right, we can breathe. We can take a moment. We can celebrate. Sinners on 10. But you know, that's kind of like when you fail upwards into a promotion or something. That should not have happened that way. Johnny Speeds are going to be kicking themselves for all the alley-oops that were missed by their opponents, and yet they still come away with a round win. Chaos on Mirage, a map that very commonly pays homage to it. As we get to the dying embers of our last map today. Yeah, that's awkward.
A bit
but
rough.
That's all right. They won. It's all good.
Yeah. At the end of the day, who won the round? Nobody was looking except the replay observer.
Yeah, from
props to the
angles.
observing team.
Yeah.
They're looking really on point since the beginning of the tournament.
I dig it. I'm digging the production.
Oh yeah. All right, let's see what's next. Still only a 2-round game, so Johnny Speed's not out of this just yet. Sinners not out of the woods just yet, as they need 3 more rounds to go to that 1-0 pool. And again, the slower approach happening as they want to take control of mid. The question is, how much space do Johnny Speeds want to take? Do they want to apply pressure to mid?
Johnny Speeds need to find some way in. Sinners have been able to waltz through a couple of different defensive layers. B-Stick taking the lurk roll and doing it awkwardly, but it still worked in that last round. Knows that Joka B's maybe trying to get his number over towards the bench, so Molly is exchanged for the HE, pushes him back away from short. The 2-man setup holding connector right now. Knock has a lot of responsibility on his plate by himself, but nobody's there to face him. So this could just be a series of rifle duels, and they work out wonderfully for Sinners. A 2-for-1 deal. Knock, what can you do?
Well, there you go. Finds the crucial kill to bring it back into a 3v3. The bomb will get planted, but the CTs are already on the heels of the Ts, quite close to the site as Stressarn miss his shots. and he gets gunned down. Moto in a bit of an uncomfortable position for an Opera, though the bomb is planted for him. But Kisarek really can't escape without a fight. He needs to fight it out, though Moto there to lend a helping hand. It's a 2v2, still kits available for the CTs. Jumping over the bullets is Jokabi as he finds the frag onto Kisarek, and it's only Moto with the Glock. He does have an op, but he really can't fight this one in this situation. They're not defusing the bomb, not jumping on the defuse just yet. Finds the first, goes for the op, just trying to jiggle him, but he's not holding it, and it will be number 11 for Sinners after another messy round.
Excellent communication there from the side of Sinners to say, hey, that guy's low. I might have fluffed my shot on him, but coming jungle, he's low, and Moto takes out the sidearm to finish off the job. Nock does well to find the first, but not able to re-peek after all the utility starts going his way. Again, it comes down to that connector push where they just isolated the rifle duels, and Nock was too busy looking at Palace, worrying about a main, to concern himself with assisting his team and swinging at that point. No hope for him. Another tactical pause, the last available for the Swedish side. Liuba, 11 for Sinners. They're on the stepping stone there towards the 1-0 pool.
It seems like it. I mean, for a minute there, it was quite close, and it still is, but I don't see Johnny Speeds collecting enough rounds in a row unless they can make some tactical changes. This CT side looks flimsy at best at the moment.
Yeah, flimsy is a good word for it. They haven't been able to keep things solidly in their favor. They've had a couple of isolated moments where they've looked pretty solid. Sinners overall have definitely taken command of Mirage. Keep really having a stinker of a map.
Oh yeah. Well, at least he's not on a single kill anymore.
Yeah, okay, looking on the bright side.
Gotta look at the positive. And Sinners are just making Johnny Speeds sweat in this round. Completely passive play. Not even looking to take control of the map. Yeah, they expended some of their utility, but they still have more than enough for proper execute. 2 smokes, a molly available, a few flashes as well. Enough to bring somebody out of position, and they're going toward that B-bomb site with the utility they have. Seems to be the right approach. The problem is there's 1 player on B and 2 guys on short, so this won't be the easiest execute of that site.
Indeed, a lot of utility being expended towards mid as well, including a smoke that appears to have missed connector.
How did that happen?
Here's Lekro. Lekro's going to be activating on that position, and I think the jig is up now. The footsteps are heard. Nock whiffs his first opportunity. Can his teammate help him out? It looks like it's a trade, a sequence of them. 2 versus 3 now for Sinners. And look at that, they bring it even. They bring it more than even. Oh no, that's the 14th death for Heap. Bomb plant delayed for now, but Sapek has so much to do.
Yeah, you got to ask yourself how this happened. You had a good setup on B. You couldn't stop 2 players that are bringing it over the line for Sinners. Sapek, no chance. And it's 4 match points for Sinners as they looked pretty shoddy in that first half. But ever since they started chaining rounds, there was no reply from the Swedes.
Yeah, 7 of the last 8 rounds. You can extend that to the 3 from the first half as well. There's just nothing going on, nothing going right for Johnny Speeds for longer than just a flash in the moment, an opener, or maybe a situation where you bring it down to a man advantage and then let it slip through your fingers. It's match point for Sinners. They've got 4 of them raring to go. But here we go. There's a lot of noise being made. Jokabi, oh, he finds it, but he gets too greedy. That's the, again, it's like the shock curse has moved over to the people of Johnny Speeds. Not working well for them at all. At least Heap will find a frag.
Oh, that's something. Kisarek finds a kill, gets traded back. It's a 3-on-3, but we spoke about this situation before. Defense completely spread thin. Sinners, the only thing they need to do is group up and take a site. Seems simple. Will it be? Lekro defending that B-bomb site all by his lonesome, and it seems like Sinners are going his way. The rotates, look at the minimap. They are very far from Lekro.
Yeah, smokes are being dispensed towards A, making everybody very paranoid about moving forward. Nock is considering the potential to move, at the very least, to move towards mid. And now with Shock sighted, Lekro will get a very important frag. The B-Stick could be the lurk that they need on the other side of it. Can Sinners actually do this? 2 versus 3 now, a very wounded warrior of Lekro, and B-Stick's made the cross happen with nobody facing him. But Moto, even though he's on rocking 18 kills, he hasn't been able to crowbar his way into the site, and Lekro puts him down.
Yeah, no chance for B-Stick, no way to get to that bomb. Even should he find the kills, there is simply no time. We will be looking at least one more round, finds one, and, well, at least gets away with that AWP. Maybe looking to deal some more damage. There's no chance to find that last frag, so it will be number 9 for Johnny Speeds. And B-Stick will be happy with that op saved. A bit of a confusing round for Sinners. You get a player so deep into B, the rest of the team lagging, just going very, very slowly. Of course, this kill, very unfortunate for Jokovic. But at the end of the day, they get this round over the line.
Yeah, they're on 9. You know, knocking on the door double digits. Problem is, if they mess up even once, Sinners will walk away with a map win. They're currently storming towards the B site, but it will be a very standard opening. Bit of a mid-split right now. Some weapon concessions here as Deagles from B-Stick and Shock. Moto's AWP given to him thanks to the surviving member of Sinners. I gotta also say, Johnny Speed's losing almost everybody there. Maximum economic pressure has been applied, and Moto just found the opening pick. That's Heap going down for the 16th and perhaps final time in this first map.
Yeah, Heap just could not do anything in this map. You get some bad maps, it's completely normal. Not a situation where you want that to be the case, though, when you're facing against a team that is en route to Cologne. Risking it towards B is the side of Johnny Speeds. Just depends, will that be a smart play on the fact if Sinners actually bite onto it? They also have Jokovic already on T-spawn, but is that consequential? Is that actually important? Those Sinners slinking towards that B bomb side. This could be an opportunity, though. B-Stick's Deeg makes it work. Knock in trouble against 3 players. He just needs to stay alive. Sapek there to lend a helping hand, and Knock as well, living long enough to find a frag. Ooh, Sapek should have had to have found a double, but that wasn't the case, and it's Jokovic in a clutch situation, 1 versus 2 to keep his team alive. In this one, that won't be the case. It's Sinners. Well, it wasn't the prettiest Counter-Strike they've ever played, but at the end they bring it over the line, and they will be in the 1-0 pool.
1-0, a wonderful start after qualifying to the major. Sinners punch their ticket to the upper part of our next Swiss stage. They'll play one more best of 1 at least. If they're successful there, they get graduate into series play, safeguarding their Dragon's Horde of VRS points, and Johnny Speeds are going to need to think about how to improve from here, because they came off to a flying start, but they were held at an arm's length after that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you start a map in such a way, you would expect that maybe you're going to do a bit more than just a dent in the armor of Sinners. That really wasn't the case. 2 rounds in the second half when you're playing on the CT side of Mirage is simply not enough. I wouldn't say it's a situation where you have to go back to the drawing board, because they were in a situation where they were drawn against what seems to be, at least on paper, the toughest opponent in this competition. So I would say that every other team they are going to be facing, especially in the 0 and 1 bracket, will be easier to beat than Sinners were.
Yeah, that's a fair observation as well. And again, as mentioned before, no matter which team lost this match, the other teams in the 0 and 1 bracket, we just sent 3 more earlier in the day and 4 the day before. You're talking about a situation where nobody's happy to see Johnny Speeds enter into the lottery there. Who's going to get them selected? Well, we might be able to spot what the next round of matches is going to be for the schedule, but as of right now, you got to be a little bit shaken. You got to be a little bit concerned, because who wants to go up against Johnny Speeds? Sinners didn't want to go up against Johnny Speeds. They did, and they did the necessary, work to make it happen, but that was about it.
Yeah, and that's basically it for round 1 of this Swiss stage, but there's still 4 more rounds left to play before we're down to 8 teams, so there's a lot of Counter-Strike left to be played in the Conquest of Prague. Of course, the show will commence tomorrow as well, so we will soon actually find out what the next round of competition will bring, what we can expect from our Swiss stage, and I'm very excited to actually see what matches we will have starting tomorrow, Pronogo, because we had a few, I would call them derbies in this first round, but to be completely honest, most of the matches that we've seen in these first few days were underdogs against heavily favored teams and teams that you would expect to at least go through to the deciders. And there you go. We have the bracket, and of course we have the next matches that will be played. It will be Clutchain against Sinners, so Scream and his team will really have a lot of work that they're going to have to do after beating MOUZ NXT. Afterwards, of course, we're going to have some fun matches as well, right?
Yeah, TNC and then Sashi, of course, is going to be an interesting one. The upper bracket in general looks like it should be, once again, some obvious names to pick from, but then still some exciting potential for an underdog upset. Alliance, I'm definitely going to be watching closely. I think them against Unity should be favored for the Swedes. Down in the lower side of things, that lower best of 1, MOUZ NXT, I'm going to be thinking about easy pickings against Qual 4. We're talking about the Young Ninjas against Tricked. Of course, Fnatic versus Eyeballers. You think Fnatic versus JW, but it's not that Fnatic, guys. It's a completely different one. Crims versus JW, though, is a funny story. So we'll definitely be interested in how that one takes shape. And of course, Ecstatic versus Johnny Speeds. It's another round of Denmark versus Sweden, which we all know and love.
Yeah, I mean, we got some really fun matches even in the lower part of this Swiss stage, to be completely honest. Some teams I did not expect to be in the 1-0 bracket, and I think that things should be clearing up after the second round of Swiss is done. Because if we look at some of the results, of course, you got upsets that happen. You got Sashi beating Fnatic, but let's not forget TNC versus Sashi. One of these two teams will be going to the qualification match, and that's a big deal for both of them.
You could say that about Kalesi and ESC as well. Like, these guys are not squads that people would necessarily pick out as favorites to exit the Swiss stage. Well, by definition, one of them needs to get to the 2-0 bracket before we consider, which one is actually going to make it through. And that gives them a good chance. It doesn't guarantee it. You do need to win a best of 3, but it will give them the best odds of making it through the series play. And I'm personally very excited to see whether Scream will be making it to LAN. I mean, come on. I have to know the answer to that one. Here's our schedule for tomorrow. The best of 1s continue, and then the series play will begin shortly thereafter. Obviously, tomorrow we have 4 more best of 1s. We'll be taking a look at that lower bracket, that 0-1 stage. We'll see more of Johnny Speeds going up against Ecstatic. Fnatic against Eyeballers will be an interesting one for sure, courtesy of Crims versus JW mostly. Tricked on the Young Ninjas, and then Qual 4 will be going up against their next opposition. A much more appropriate challenge for them in some ways, MOUZ NXT, who at the very least share the age of Qual 4, surely.
Yeah, it seems like it. At least maybe experience won't really play a part, or at least that big of a part, but I see MOUZ NXT being heavy favorites heading into that one. And I really don't want to take anything away from Qual 4. They are a team that actually went through the open qualifiers and did very well to get to this part of the competition. But as was the case last year as well, Pronogo, I think that you could probably think of a few teams that went through the open qualifiers and didn't really make a dent in the competition. That seems to be the case for Qual 4. They are happy to be here. They'll grab a lot of experience, maybe a few VRS points should they get a victory, but the main thing they should focus on is actually getting the most experience out of this competition as possible.
Yeah, it's funny because everybody thinks about the VRS points as the big dogs to do, but for a team like Qual 4, they're unlikely to get enough VRSs to get invites. What they need to do is see if they can drill enough in terms of practice so they can continue making it through those open brackets, those qualifications that they've managed to achieve to get here. So hats off to them for that. I think it's time they turn back into the pumpkin, though. We'll find out a little bit more about their story tomorrow, though.
Yeah, of course, same time, same place as today as we begin with day 3 of the Conquest of Prague, courtesy of Tipsport. That is it for me and Pronogo for today. Of course, we'll see you tomorrow, and have a good night.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Tipsport je tady i pro tebe, Chameleone X, který dokážeš bez mrknutí oka sledovat současně 6 hokejů, 3 fotbaly, 1 tenis, MMA, košandu, šipky a párek, co ti právě žere bez. Nejvíc exkluzivních streamů na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Tati, už jsem to vymyslel. Nemusíme tady mrznout, už vím, jak můžeme letat.
No to půjde těžko bez křídel.
Máš pravdu, ale proto tady mám Red Bull. A ten nám dá křídla. Stačí, když se napije.
Aha, a jak asi?
Ale tati, prostě se napij. Počkat. A co to je?
Co to je? 40 pod nulou to je. Nebo jsi smyslel, že tady zůstáváme jen tak pro zábavu?
Red Bull vám dává křídla, ale jen když ho piješ.